Alright then. Welcome back, everyone. Today we have another art stream. Hold on, is my PNG model not reacting? Ugh. What is it now? Come on now. Yes? Are you not picking this up? Are you picking this up? Yes, you are. Okay. Then I guess we'll switch to that one. I don't know what that's about, but, well. Pray for the issue easily fixed. So yes, today we have another art stream creating the very thumbnail we'll be using for art streams such as these going forward. And I also have some joyous news to to proclaim as soon as my voice does what I actually want it to, I guess. We have hit Twitch affiliate. Yes, that one. I keep mixing them up. Partner, affiliate. Aren't they kind of synonyms? Whatever. But, you know. So that means a few things, I think. Mainly something like channel points and stuff like that going forward. Obviously, I'll have to set that kind of stuff up myself, which I haven't had the chance to, since I only got the news that we are now eligible for affiliate. I have to watch myself every time not to say partner, because those two are very different things, but they sound very similar. That we've hit Twitch affiliate today. I have received the news of that, and so yes, now I have to, I guess, set up all that stuff like channel points and all that fun stuff. Ah, good evening, Moonwings. Have you heard we're now Twitch affiliate? Or I guess eligible for. I think I still need to set that up. Oh, really? What? I hope that's, well, I don't know your current time zone, so that may be either perfectly understandable or, well, perhaps I'm not the one to judge anyways, so forget about it. But yes, so going forward, that will mean... okay, that'll do it, that'll do it. But yeah, I hope you had fun there. Yeah, so that means we can now set up things like channel points, stuff like that. Oh, hello, Euler. Yes, indeed. I'm not sure if we got ads previously on the stream, but it may also mean that if we didn't get them previously, they may start to appear now, which, but, you know, whatever. I guess you take the good with the bad. Anyways, let's not dilly-dally any no longer. We have a new thumbnail to make for art streams such as these. You may see I've already created a sketch a few days ago, on my notebook, which I have then photographed and which will now serve as the basis for here. You may also notice a bit of a different design here. I'm trying to sort of soft redesign my character overall. There's a few things here that I'm trying to experiment with. Trying to more, you know, this was the original look I kind of penned. And now this is basically the latest completed work, I guess, of my body that I've made, not counting the schedule art, because that one technically isn't done yet. I want to actually finish the proper drawing up top for hopefully next week's schedule or the one after that. We'll see. But yeah, so main differences you'll see here is that this one is a much more, what's the word? Filled shape. It's more of a silhouette than it's an actual silhouette rather than this more skeletal look. And obviously the shoulders are far more, less aggressive, and it looks more like a cloaked sort of figure, which I think works better overall. Because the shoulder pads are kind of the massive shoulder pads of this design. They're kind of a consequence of, you know, the quote-unquote material we're working with here. So, you know, obviously the shadowy tendrils floating upwards obviously lend themselves quite well to a design like this, but I think it looks a bit too aggressive for what I'm going for. And this looks, in my opinion, a bit more mysterious, which I think works better. So I've tried to kind of work off of that here. Possibly, you know, making the body itself a bit more, not tangible, obviously, but less skeletal and more of a silhouette, and then also trying to incorporate something like a cloak. And here also having some eyes, not only in the face, but also in the body itself. So yeah, let's not waste any more time, and I guess we'll just start copying some of the basics of this sketch over to the actual digital work. The middle drawing. Which one would that be? Well, anyways, hold on. This is this reference image I want to load over because it's a good look at the mask itself, which is gonna be the main point of deviation this from this sketch this early on, since here I was just kind of eyeballing the mask shards, and I kind of want to stick more closely to the original shard pattern. Not really for consistency's sake, but more so that getting a good shard pattern right is really difficult, and I really like how it turned out the first time, so I'm just not gonna try. I'm just not going to bother trying again. I'm just gonna keep using this one. So for that, we can just basically try and sketch out the mask as it would look unshattered. So something I think like this. And then, hold on. Here. And then from there on we can start drawing the shadow lines. I probably need a bit of thinner brush for this. To make it a bit more easy to follow. There we go, that's better. That's much better. Yeah, I mean, it does have a certain charm, but yeah, overall I just think it just looks kind of too aggressive. Probably, usually not the vibe that comes across in my streams, I'd personally argue, unless we're dealing with British currency, I guess. And of course, one of the big benefits of my design is that the finer details of my look are entirely up to my discretion at every given time from a lore perspective. So minor redesigns are really very easily done as just, you know, a different decision in representation at any given time. The benefits of an intangible body. An attempt to comprehend the infernal constancy of the United Kingdom. Yeah, I don't know, when did they switch to a 100-penny system? Not that long ago, right? Loving the more cloaked silhouette. On the thumbnail especially looks like a hole that's been torn into a page. Oh, that's an interesting idea. That's an interesting... Speaking of, actually, speaking of holes torn into a page, that's kind of what I'm trying to go for here. So the idea is, with this thing, that the canvas, there's a tear in the canvas, and that tear expands beyond the canvas into, like, you know, as if reality itself, revealing behind it a different world. The idea then will be, depending on what the subject of the stream, of the art stream in particular is, I can put different stuff behind this, behind here, as is needed. But first, I'll concern myself with the figure. Hold on, what shortcut did I bind to this again? Oh, nothing on this account. So... yeah, that's the brush. And then... something like this, I think. And then... yeah, something like this. And... hold on. I actually just realized there's a far easier way of doing this. Which one of these is the original? I think this one. There we go. And then this is the old Krita file, and I can just... which one was it? Nope, not that one. Yeah, this one. Nope. Not this one either. Oh god, the joy of ancient Krita files. I know that one of these files contained a very easy overview of the face, basically, the mask basically unshattered, but with the shatter lines already outlined, which is very useful. If only I could find it. Or did I get rid of that? That would be a shame. Is it here, maybe? This could be it. Yeah. Hold on. Nope. Let me just get rid of all of this. I mean, I could just copy it over, but I think honestly it might just be easier to... oh god, what did I do now? Might just be easier to copy it over, because obviously it's morphed and stuff like that. Great. There was a creature trying to... yeah. Let me just group all of this. Ah, come on, I was... there we go. There we go. And then... there we are. Shards. And then... I just... okay, this is gonna take a while, but... undo all of these... transform masks. Ugh. Nope. Nope. There we go. There we go. There we go. There, almost. Did I miss anything? Seems I missed one shard. There we go. And then... somewhere here should be... nope, nope. Where is the... I could have sworn there was like a... tearline overview. Where did I put that thing? Nope, 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 nope. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, god damn it. Okay. I guess... Never mind that. Or is it maybe here somewhere? Ah, there we are. This, I think, is it. Oh, but it's very small. Hold on. Okay, it's not it's for some reason it's not scaled correctly. Let me just. I mean, no reason we can't just do this. Nah. To make it a bit more visible. Yeah, layer creep is a real danger, especially when you're working with something like this that takes a lot of transformation and stuff. The final the final layer count on the schedule art piece, once I finished it off stream, is not for the faint of heart. That thing, so something like this, yeah. And then, yep. There we go, and then I can just... Hold on, what's... Yeah, let me just get rid of this. Okay, and that's then the mask. Obviously, this one has... Hold on. This one is still the old shape, but I think that's fine. So I'm just gonna copy over this. There we go. Oh, whoop. There we go. Obviously not a reference image now, but that's fine. Yeah, probably. But, I mean, that guy also warned us about air conditioners, so what does he know? So, yeah, this makes it a lot easier to now actually look at the fracture lines. So, this one, like so, here, this one here, then this one going over to here. So, obviously, trying to keep in mind the shape of the actual mask, which is the benefit of doing it from the side, so you... obviously it makes it a little bit more difficult to draw, since the shards also bend with the curvature of the mask, but in exchange you get a much better sense of the, you know, three-dimensionality of the mask as you do here. So yeah, with my newer pieces I try to get more of a, you know, 3/4 profile. Yeah, I mean... That too, yes, but... Didn't he also, as a child, have a too delicate condition for math? I seem to recall something like that, but that may be a post hoc over-exaggeration, I don't know. And then, hold on, which way would this bend? Probably like so. And then, like so... No, other way around. So... And then the one up here, yeah, the one up here bends like so. There we go. Yeah, I mean, math can be scary. Or honestly, what can be even more scary is, you know, the lack thereof, because that's something House of Leaves really captures. That House of Leaves captures really well, because while the numbers may be cold and unyielding, they're also in a way reliable. And what it does to our psyche when those numbers are no longer reliable. I think the quote was in the book, God, for all intents and purposes, was an equals sign. Until now, man could rely on the fact that if nothing else, the universe added up. And you know, what happens when the universe doesn't add up anymore, when things don't equal anymore, when, you know, as is in the book, rooms are suddenly bigger on the inside than the outside. So, I think we're getting somewhere here. I mean, it's not an exact copy, but that's not really what matters. What matters is that we get a sort of satisfying spread pattern with the shards, and I think we'll manage that with this. Yeah, mainly currently, I guess these parts are a bit too high. I wonder if that's gonna be a problem. Yeah, I should adjust it just a smidge, I think. Because if they're closer together you get the effect. It's kind of the important important detail to get right when you draw shards is the effect that they all sort of spread out from a central point of breakage or a central line of breakage. So, you know, in this case, that would be right here, and all of the shards kind of, you know, that's the point where the material breaks, and then the tears, the fractures in the shards, they ripple out from here onto the material and then intersect at points and split and stuff like that. So yeah, if these two points are too far apart, that kind of diminishes the effect. So I'm going to bring them closer together, like yeah, like so. That would mean I have to bring this a bit more up here, and this further down here. Yeah, like so. And then this would hence also be further down. And this one... Yeah, no bed and just rock. Cold rock. It's freezing in there, just really... God damn, I still haven't finished House of Leaves. I really need to finish it. Amazing book of, like, cosmic horror. Probably... I mean, I haven't read most of Lovecraft's work, but, you know, I also know they're kinda... they have their issues, so to speak. But, House of Leaves is, like, phenomenal cosmic horror in such a unique kind of way, because... obviously in Lovecraft's stories, there's usually a kind of god or other mad entity with shambling tentacles and stuff, and in House of Leaves, the house just kind of is, which is almost even worse. There is no explanation really given. No solace, no comfort. Okay, something like this, or am I getting... Hold on. This bend, if it's going like so, Then this... Yeah, I think that checks out with the... these... This bend, I think, is still a bit wonky. Maybe I just revert it back to a straight line, since it's pretty much in the middle anyways, so from our point there wouldn't be that much of a bend in either direction. Yeah, that's better. Now, if we look at this, I guess we'd have to, of course, include the other eye. If we look at this, yeah, that's looking quite nice. Though maybe, well, it's the decreased size of the eye hole that kind of makes this particular shard piece especially large, but maybe that's fine. Yeah, I mean, Control is extremely House of Leaves inspired. Fun fact, that's something I heard, where did I hear it again? Oh right, via, I think, a podcast from the video essayist Jacob Geller and some other folks. Fun fact, was it sister or someone related to Danielewski, the author of House of Leaves, actually worked on the soundtrack of Alan Wake 2. Probably not in the traditional sense. I'll have to think about that, because the idea is certainly that sometimes mortals, much like, for example, the Mansus, do dream of the lighthouse and may meet some of the residents. So maybe not a cult in the Cthulhu sense, but, you know, people who are aware of my existence and may call upon that fact in certain rituals and stuff. I mean, if we look at this right here, yeah, there we go. At my newest, my last Inktober quote-unquote piece, there is a certain acknowledgement here hidden. Well, a god is usually a bit more of a more present entity. You know, usually when an entity is worshipped, there's something you get in return. Whereas in this case, worship would probably not be as effective. Maybe just awareness of one's existence and calling upon one's power. So, you know, maybe that is a form of worship, depending on your definition. There are definitely, you know, cultists of the void. You know, not specifically me, but more so all of this around, the swirling, roiling upwards from the abyss and through the tears in reality. That there are certainly more cultists of. A bit of a fool's errand, because, well, depending on what the cultists are actually after. If they call upon the power of the void, that's foolish, but understandable, since, you know, there is certainly power to be called upon there. But worshipping the void is much more of a fool's errand, because the void neither desires nor rewards worship. It just is and hungers. Endless, mindless, eternal. But I like to think of myself as far more sophisticated than that. You know, for now. Until I at last coalesce with the rest of the ocean at the end of everything. But I think we still have a few moments till then. Probably. Okay, so I think I don't need this much longer. If we take this now, probably gonna do a safety copy just to be sure. And then lock this one. Mask 1 original. There we go. And then with this one, we're gonna start cutting. No, hold on, that's the wrong layer. I want to make this one less opaque. Yeah, something like this level is good. And now, time for some incisions. I'm just gonna use the path select tool and make new choice cuts. There we go. And, you know, this is obviously, well, maybe not the easiest, but at the, as in the least amount of work, but certainly the simplest way to ensure that all of the disparate shards actually fit together. You draw them together and then you cut them apart. So now we do the same thing again. But this time we take... Hold on, where do I make my next cut? I think around here. And then we... Yeah, well, I guess in that case, I am much alike with the place I'm from. Oh, hold on, wait a second, I just realized I wrapped this the wrong way around. Can I invert the selection? No, not really. Well, I can... If I do... What? Okay. How do I... Well, I guess I'll have to do that again. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, actually, the ocean is probably a good analogy. You can harness the power of the ocean. You can, you know, use the wind and the waves for power and other things, but thinking that praying to it will stop it from flooding, from washing away everything you hold dear is a fool's errand. And just as much as the idea that you could ever control it is, but, you know, it can be harnessed, and to a point understood. Though, you know, the main difference there is the degree of danger which comes from harnessing the power of an ocean and the power of the void. Because while... Wait, hold on, this is a pointless incision. Because while there are certainly also risks involved with trying to build hydroelectric power around the ocean. I think, are those real? I think there's such a thing as hydroelectrics that use the tides, right? I might be off on that. Well, anyways, for this analogy, let's just pretend there's, but there are certainly risks involved with that, but nothing compared to, you know, trying to draw on the power of the void, because, you know, you'll have to let it into reality, and it's very difficult to let in just a bit of void into reality. You have to make a little opening and hope to everything you hold dear that just a tiny drop of water spills forth. because anything more and wherever you stand may be quite quite quickly and quite dramatically, literally unmade. But as for, you know, strange and alien, really thinking that I might want to get some work at sea in the future. Feels right in some sublime way. Yeah, I can definitely, I don't really feel that call myself so much, but I can definitely understand it. Yeah, some people, they just feel the pull towards the ocean. I mean, yeah, there is some, most work at sea is pretty, backbreaking, but, also potentially rewarding in both, a spiritual and monetary way. Well, it really depends, I guess. There's certainly also some pretty thankless jobs, and also some jobs at sea that I would never do for no matter how much pay in a million years. Like, deep sea welders? Are you kidding me? No. No. What kind of... That's pure nightmare fuel. The fact that you can't even resurface in between shifts, you have to sleep in these tiny little... Oh yeah, lighthouse keeper. That, that could be fun. I mean, I'm also a pretty solitary person, but at the other hand, I did watch the, what was it, Robert Eggers? Yeah, Robert Eggers movie. Yeah, it's just... I do have, a slight, or maybe not so slight amount of thalassophobia, so... But at the same time, it's, you know, usually people, you know, describe thalassophobia purely as, you know, a fear of the deep ocean, which certainly that's not wrong, but I've also, heard it that it's, you know, it's a strange kind of dichotomy of being both very afraid but also strangely drawn towards the deep. Oh, hello, Smurfton. Nice to see you here. Yeah, so, and I definitely feel that at once, like, seeing like these images and stuff of, you know, deep ocean or stuff, you know, being submerged there, which is, I forget, that's a different kind of phobia that's very related, but it had a different name of, like, big things, specifically man-made things submerged underwater, which I don't really feel that much, but I definitely get that, why you would be afraid of that, even though it's an irrational fear, I guess. But yeah, I see those images and I'm like, oh god, ugh. But at the same time, I do feel that pull. Yeah, it's, I'm trying to go for like a slight redesign of, I can show you the sketch I made. It's a slight redesign of the original thing. For basically what this is going to be, it's the thumbnail for streams such as this, the art streams. But yeah, I'm trying to go for a more hooded, cloaked, silhouetted kind of look, and less this skeletal one. You kind of see an evolution towards that in the Book of Hours thumbnail. Yeah, exactly, that's kind of what I'm trying to capture here. So currently we're working on the face mask and cutting that up into little bits. That's usually the way I do it. I draw the mask as a whole, then I draw the shard fractures, and then I cut the mask apart to... Which is, in my opinion, the easiest way to make sure the shards actually line up and form a coherent whole. I'll probably have to move them around later. To make them, you know, currently they don't really, the scattering is a bit random and doesn't really form a nice pattern, so I'll have to, you know, shimmy them around a bit later. But first is the cutting. Ah, yeah, right. That's also true. We are now, after yesterday's stream, despite both YouTube and Twitch deciding apparently it was time for them to die on me. On the Twitch side, now eligible for affiliate, which means channel points and the like. I'll have to set that up still, but it may also mean, I don't know, either the appearance of ads, or if there have been ads already, then perhaps more ads, or if there have been ads already, then maybe nothing's gonna change. I don't know. And obviously I now have the big green button of play an ad and get money, which, no Twitch, I haven't set up any kind of bank account or something with this channel. I'm not getting paid for anything. I'm not gonna get paid for anything. Don't lie to me. Yeah, I think for that one, I'd probably need to set that one up. My guess is at least that that a subscribe option is probably only going to become available once, or I guess membership? I forget how it's called. Right, confusingly it's Twitch follower is the regular one, and then the paid one is subscriber, and on YouTube it's subscriber is the regular one, and then the paid one is member. But yeah, subscriber on Twitch probably becomes available if I set up my banking details with my account, which honestly I don't even know if I want to do, because I don't really stream, you know. I don't plan to make this any kind of revenue source. Mostly just as a platform, you know, to spread my reach of my art and other stuff. So, well, if I ever do, one thing that I would be interested in terms of monetization, the only thing I'm actually actively interested in, if I ever, for some reason, on any kind of thing, get a sponsorship deal, I want to do a black and white filter, grainy footage, a old school radio filter on my voice, and I'm gonna do my best transatlantic accent, doing like a 1920s advertisement spiel. Like, are you in need of invigoration? And try. Honestly, if I ever do you know, non-streaming video content, I don't know what exactly I'd do. Probably, you know, speed paints, stuff like that. I'm half tempted to honestly just put fake ads in there that are, you know, ads from the setting, which, you know, as those following my art may be aware, I have done before, because I, outside of, you know, I am currently a web and graphic designer in the making, and it is kind of a passion of mine, so I have actually made several advertisements, you know, in setting, like, for example, this one. You know, like an advertisement poster of, you know, a train line that exists in the world. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Gotta capitalize on that. Yeah, and then there's also a much older one, which I probably looking for that one right now would probably take a bit too long. But yeah, I definitely also want to do more posters like this. Honestly, this one, it's something I've wanted to do for a while, but I've never found the time. I actually want to turn this into a proper actual poster. So, you know, scanning it again, not just photographing it, and then coloring the image digitally, and maybe put some light filter work over it so it looks a bit weathered or something like that, and then make it available as a high quality not PDF, PNG for eligible for print. So you know, you can download it and print it yourself. Because I do need more posters in my room. I just have a few old art pieces. Because most of my stuff is DIN A4, so not really poster size. Yeah, stuff like that. Because if you're working with digital goods, it's very easy to actually make merchandise that is both for one is very easy to make by yourself, and for two doesn't actually cost anything, neither for me nor for you. So I can just put it out there for free. Which, you know, both both because I'm a very altruistic person, yes, but mainly because setting up payment stuff is way much more of a hassle than it's worth, in my opinion, sometimes. But anyways, let's continue cutting this thing up. Hold on. Okay, this, I should have probably put these a bit further apart so I don't have to thread the needle quite as much here. So, in keeping with that, I'm actually going to move this one quite a bit further out, just so I have more time to move the... By the way, Book of Hours Music, have you attempted to host a salon yet? Was that serving food to your guests, or was that something else? I have done neither, I think. I'm currently, I've been building up a strategic reserve of different foods, you know, different courses and stuff, and my plan is to do probably next time, so on Saturday, yeah, my first salon then, I guess, with Reverend Timothy, which we've invited to Hush House ages ago, but we haven't actually made use of that invitation yet, so I want to do my first trial run there. Because, yeah, we've built up, we have some first courses, some side dishes, some main dishes, some desserts, some puddings, some cakes. Oh, okay. So, in other words, I'd need to invite someone from outside, since you can only invite one of the villagers at a time. Good to know. Yeah, don't worry. That means just don't sleep in the room you hang it up in. Okay, yeah, I should probably move these further out the way. The ones we've already separated, we can actually go ahead and do use this tool, since it's less precise but quicker. I should move these further out of the way to make it easier for me to shimmy around the larger pieces, even if we're then later going to move them closer back in. Okay, and then here, this one, we can now move, therefore, a bit more here, and that gives us ample room to make this incision here. Does this have a bend to it? Should that have a bend to it? Trying to... yeah, probably like so, so... there we go. I have been considering it because, yeah, multiple people have pointed out that, you know, my main style with the ink pens is pretty... it lends itself pretty well to tattoo designs. Funnily enough, way back in 2020... oh god, 2022, I actually did... design, quote-unquote design, what's the what are they called again? The impermanent tattoos. You can, you know, like, squirt from a tube onto your arm, and, henna tattoos, is that the word? Let's see if I can't find that. I don't know if I posted it to Twitter, I hope so. Should be close. Question mark. Oh yeah, there we go. No, it's like black sort of paint, I guess body paint in a tube, and you, it has a very thin nozzle, so you can squirt it onto your arm, and then, you know, you can make a design that way, and then after a while, the most of the paint dries up and you can remove it, but there's a residue that, you know, looks like an actual tattoo on your arm for, you know, until you wash it. And hold on, let me... ah, there we go. So I did, that's my one foray into actual tattoo designing. That was, I think, Old Hallows Eve, 2022. Yeah, something like that. So yeah, that's my one foray into that. But yeah, it's definitely something my style lends itself to. I've also been thinking myself about getting a tattoo. Obviously, if I ever do get one, I would design it myself. Part of me kind of tempted to do tattoo a QR code somewhere that leads to a domain I own, so I can just put up whatever I want there. But beside that, also one thing that I'm very tempted of is, but it's a bit in a more visible space, so I'm not sure about it, but the Outsider's mark from Dishonored on my hand. Because, I mean, come on, that's just, first of all, probably one of my favorite, not probably, definitely one of my favorite game series, and just a really cool design. Yeah, that's also, actually, speaking of maps, that's something I actually really like designing maps, but I kind of shot myself in the foot with the, you know, makeup of the main area in my setting, Shardreach, which is, you know, a bunch of floating islands, and how do you make a map out of that? I've tried several times in the past, and it just, because at the end of the day, it's just going to look kind of like a bunch of little dots on a big empty plane. Especially if you consider that some of them can overlap and stuff like that. It's complicated. So the only actual kind of map I've made that isn't just... I mean, there's in... by the way, here's the... That's all the way back from Inktober 2022. The other advertisement I've I've made thus far. There it is. So you can certainly see an evolution here between this one and this one. But yeah, that's the other one I did. But somewhere here I also have like a picture of a classic pirate map on a desk somewhere. Ah, there it is. Copy image. Oh god, how did I... There we go. There we go. Ah, there we go. Oh, no, hold on. This is... I'm always kind of surprised by the different sizes of these images. So here, obviously, it's just like one close-up of one island, and then there's some in my more recent works that are, where was it? It's one of my later, it should be somewhere here. Wait, hold on. Oh god, did I never upload that one to Twitter? Oops. Oops. Yes, so... But now with 45% less Aetheryte, back then I still hadn't settled on the name, so just ignore that. Myocattle alchemical manufacturing is not responsible for any side effects such as nausea, vomiting, blindness, motion sickness, Aetheryte exposure syndrome, and death. So, don't say they didn't warn you. Consult a healer or apothecary before use. Well, the concoction is designed to, only activate once it's actually entered your bloodstream. Most of the time, but you are going to be... you are going to feel a bit queasy, probably. And, probably not a good idea to imbibe in this regularly unless you are of the, oh god, I forget the name, name's the curse of any world builder, of the Skykin, which have an innate resistance to Aetheryte, and an innate affinity for it, so I guess they don't have to worry as much about it. But then again, a lot of them can already fly, so, there's no real reason why they would take this in the first place. But, right, there is... I wonder... It's not on my Twitter because apparently I just forgot to ever upload it here. I don't know. But it is... I'm very certain it's on my Instagram, right? Yeah, there it is. Can I just copy that image? No, I can't, because of course Instagram has to be difficult. Hold on. Did I also upload it to Tumblr? But I'm not logged in on this machine into my Tumblr. Yeah, it's very poorly maintained, but I do technically have a Tumblr account that I think I haven't really uploaded anything in oh, I don't know how long. Oh no, wait, I just misremembered where in my publishing history that image was, so it is actually here on my Twitter. Here we go. This image should also, yeah, there's like, here you can also see my attempt at making, something like a map, but obviously, yeah, it's a bunch of islands, which doesn't really lend itself to any interesting, no, actually, the account is... Oh god, when did I set up the account? Not very long ago, long after Tumblr was just a decaying corpse, but I thought of myself, well, the other sites seem to be going down the drain as well, so might as well. In the end, it might actually survive them. Who knows? Yes. So did you actually interrogate him, or did you all go to the fucking sunglasses hut? Yeah, so the idea here, it's a corporate headquarter in the city of Chains. So there's these sort of Art Deco skyscraper constructions. A lot of them using, you know, etherite in their construction to have floating parts. So this is where all the trading companies have their headquarters. So, you know, think the East India Trading Company, the West Africa Trading Company, all the different, you know, trading companies during the Age of Sail, which, you know, in our history are the closest we ever got to mega corporations. So in this setting, the parallels with, you know, cyberpunkian mega corporations is a lot more overt. Yeah, I mean, that may be a former employee, but ex-hires are not entitled. Those found in breach of company contract are not entitled to sunglasses. So, you know, a much more overt parallel to cyberpunk with these Art Deco-inspired skyscrapers, but, you know, still a lot of Victorian-era architecture styles here and there, and also a lot of Aztec and other Mesoamerican architectural styles. Actually, this, unfortunately, I didn't discover this until after this image, but there is actually a real-life historical architectural movement. What was it called? I think it was Aztec Revivalism, which was part of the Art Deco movement that did actually inspire itself from original Aztec designs. You know, it was an art movement big in Mexico. So when I found out about that, I was like, yes! Oh my god, yes! Because that's like exactly the kind of thing I was looking for my world, since the origin, the, you know, history of the empire where this is set is that they have a sort of twin cultural background of the empire was kind of founded in a sort of post apocalyptic natural disaster, which threw these two cultures into conflict. You know, one of them more inspired by medieval European history, and the other one more Mesoamerican inspired. Which, you know, these two cultures thrown into conflict post, you know, apocalyptic natural disaster, and then kind of forced to, or not really forced to, but since, you know, fighting anymore wouldn't really be advantageous or would wipe out both sides, deciding to first, you know, make a treaties for peace, and then slowly but gradually just actually merge into one, not, you know, homogenic culture, but they are two origin points for the same. Yeah, exactly. With the always classy cigarette stick. So the idea is, for example, the Tlatohaiborn, the Owl people, they used to be like the high priests of the Skykin, and then post fracturing, which is basically the reason this part of the world is the way it is, an endless sea of clouds with floating islands above, because the ground literally broke apart. Post fracturing, they kind of, in the new paradigm, ditched their roles as high priests and became secular, but they used their privilege to become nobility. So in the modern empire, almost all of them are extremely wealthy and powerful aristocrats with ancient families that very much still some of them very much still cling to that cultural heritage, whereas others embrace a more modern, unified aesthetic, whereas many others embrace both a modern aesthetic that is still informed heavily by that cultural background. Yeah, that's kind of always the effect I try to go for. The word I've settled on is like a vignette into the world, a snapshot taken that illuminates a central aspect of the world. So yeah, that's also something here. You'll notice some of the buildings are very, very Mesoamerican inspired, and those are actually the more Art Deco buildings. So in this world, the Art Deco movement is actually directly derived from the sort of geometric art of, in our world, the Mesoamerican cultures, and in this world, the Skykin. So if I can... So, American art. So, this is obviously a very famous piece of... Oh, god damn it. Copy image. Where is it? Ah, yeah, there we go. This obviously a very... what was it? God, for some reason I can't remember from which culture this stone is again. But, it doesn't take that much to see these geometric patterns and extrapolate that outwards into, the sort of rigid geometricality of the Art Deco movement. Which is why also, Aztec revivalism was a sub-movement in the Art Deco architectural movement in real life in Mexico. So, actually, this stone is also direct inspiration for the flag design of the empire, which I should be able to find somewhere nearby here. Featured sort of in a more modest way, but still clearly legible. Hold on. Oh no, wait, it's further up. My mistake. Yeah, just a bit further. Ah, there we go. So it's this image is mainly, has another subject, but if you look here in the corner, you actually see the flag design of the empire, which is very much inspired by this, and of course also the compass rose, because it's a seafaring empire. It's expansionist. And therefore, the spikes going in all direction, and it's also kind of meant to resemble the it's also meant to resemble kind of the wings of a bird, which is the emblem, the crest of the royal family of the empire. Originally I still haven't settled on what bird of prey exactly I want the emblem to represent, but probably a falcon. That was my original pick, mainly because I was reading Dune at the time. I freely admit to that. Yeah. Nothing to see here. Definitely not recreating the opening of Pirates of the Caribbean 3. Heave ho. So yeah, this is the emblem of the royal house, which then gets abstracted into, where is it? No, that's further down. There it is. Which then gets abstracted into the emblem of the imperial administration, which is basically, you know, as the name says, the administrative state of the empire. So this is the original banner, then this is the banner of the imperial administration, basically, you know, the administrators of the empire's affairs, mostly bureaucrats, technocrats, but also kind of inspired it from Tenochtitlan, because they had a very, very elaborate bureaucratic state for the time. Yeah, exactly, the bean counters, because Tenochtitlan had an extremely elaborate bureaucratic state, and the idea here is basically the imperial administration there, taken from orphanages and the like, you know, children who show special aptitude, high intelligence, analytical skills, and then they're trained their entire life, basically, like the standard idea of, you know, for example, if you take in Warhammer the Astartes or something like that, you know, the classic fantasy idea of these elite warriors that are, you know, trained from birth, but instead they're not warriors, they're desk jockeys. They're trained from, you know, a young age and with extremely rigorous testing, and only the best make it, but, you know, not for combat, but for actually managing the day-to-day workings of the state. Also fiercely indoctrinated into you know, imperial belief, so fiercely loyal to the empire and the royal family, and they kind of they're a bit like the G-men of the imperial state. They put their noses into everything. They show up everywhere. They have a lot of authority. And they're kind of a black box internally. They don't really let anyone see what goes on the inside. Technically, so they take, they have to take missives and orders, and, you know, I forget the exact word of the political word, but since it's a constitutional monarchy, Parliament does get to tell them what they have to do, what edicts they need to enact, but internally they don't get they don't have much oversight from Parliament, so they need to set forth, they need to carry through policies set forth through vote and mandate of Parliament, but how they do it is very much up to their discretion. The Administratum, you mean? That doesn't surprise me. But yeah, it's a bit like the Administratum. Imagine the Administratum if the people inside of it were actually competent, which I know that's difficult to picture, even for me, but, you know. And the idea then is also that, obviously, these people are also they're kind of trained as polymaths, so they very much also switch frequently departments, and almost all of them have at some point or will at some point work as part of the secret police, as part of the surveillance state. And you know, there's and some even in one specific division of that surveillance state, the Obscura Bureau, which you're never gonna guess what the inspiration for that one was. So yeah, basically, the Suppression Bureau is just too cool of an idea to not steal. And I mean, technically, it's not the first. There's so many examples of organizations like that across fiction, but yeah, basically, they also have a division that's specifically for, you know, the suppressing, the censoring of occult information. Like, for example, this. There's also in the publication text of this this image. I also wrote it that this diagram is one that has appeared many times through different, you know, underground disseminations, reprints, recreations, and the Obscura Bureau is always trying to censor and suppress its distribution, but it just keeps popping back up in different forms and shapes and recreations, reprints, reinterpretations. Yeah, the bureaucracy expands to meet the demand of the expanding bureaucracy. Yeah, kind of like that. It's an ineffable, opaque network of ever-expanding bureaucracy. Also here, originally I wanted this piece to kind of have many more tables in rows, and then a giant network of these pneumatic tube systems that just, you know, a complete tangled nightmare of tubes going everywhere. Yeah, I got the idea for that from Control, actually, speaking of, which we mentioned earlier, because the FBC, one of the first areas you go through there was, what was it called? Dispatches, or was it called something like that? You know, the mailing center of the bureau, which also used this giant network of pneumatic tube delivery systems, which are just a really cool visual, I think. Technically, of course, not really. Not really period appropriate, but if Arcane could get away with it, so can I. Control one of occult writers and Bibles. Yeah, I just also the visuals of Control are so peak. The giant inverted pyramid in everything. Also, you know, here you can kind of see the echoes of that here with the very geometric shape. Actually, this specific emblem is one that I designed all the way. What? Not back, are we? Okay, at least that's working now. Is it? Apparently not. Fucking great. Oh, oh, hold on. Are we back? No, not quite. Oh. Can you hear me? Okay, do I need to reconnect OBS? Okay. Come on. Come on. Ah. Okay. Okay, that's Twitch sorted out. And now YouTube. That's maybe gonna be a bit more difficult. Oh no, hold on. I think we're also back on YouTube, are we? Yes, it would seem like that. Aha! Okay, yeah, that one wasn't even on Twitch or YouTube. That was just my internet cutting for some reason. But luckily only briefly, I guess, so, you know. Yeah, let's, before the powers that be try to silence me again for spreading the for spreading the truth, I don't know which truth that would be, but, let's just continue, with the actual drawing. I mean, we're probably not going to get very far today either way, because I do love getting distracted, but, you know, we may as well continue a little bit. So, okay, here now with the spread pattern of this, I want to, hold on, take this particular one a bit further up here, and then this one, oh god, okay, streamer bot, please, okay, I'm just gonna try and, hold on, huh. So, okay, just testing that again. Okay, yeah, no, that's not appearing in the streamer bot. Maybe I just try and disconnect and reconnect it. Maybe it works now. Oh, it does. Okay, so I think everything should work again now. I think. So let's just continue. Yes, it does actually work. It seems to think that's your first message, but I guess, hey, we'll take it. Okay, so the spread pattern here. I want to take this one. Since we've now separated all the shards, we can think more about the spread pattern. I usually, you know, if I just took all the shards and expanded them linearly outwards, I'd kind of get a pattern that looks more like this. And that's not really what I want. I want them to be moved heavier in this direction. So, you know, I get a spread like this one, wherein, you know, the shards that are more to the top right move further away. So that way you get a good, you know, floating effect from the shards as a whole. Yeah, so to achieve that, we need to shimmy them around a bit. Also, I guess, yeah, I should just move them around a bit now, and then this next step is going to be drawing the face, and the actual face underneath the mask, and post that we're probably going to have to move the shards around a bit again to avoid hiding too much of that face. It's always a bit of a shimmying process, but if nothing else, I've gotten a lot of experience in that by now. So this one more so like here, and then this one right here, that one's going to move further up here. And then, yeah, this one right here, that one's gonna move quite a bit more further away. It's also obviously always good to have the smaller shards move more than the bigger ones. So, you know, to get the sense that these ones are lighter, they move they're easier to move, and therefore they spread out further than the bigger shards, which are perhaps heavier and don't spread out as much. Okay, this here needs addressing. How best to do that? I think I just take this and move it more like so. And then this one. One thing I'm also trying to avoid is to make the... So basically, I'm trying to avoid it being a clear, you know, having all the outer shards form a clean sort of line that moves like this, because it looks pretty artificial. So I'm also trying to take care that the shards are in different directions, so it doesn't just look like they're moving to a specific distance away from the epicenter, but, you know, randomly. So yeah, I think I should... one of these three are a bit too cleanly lined up for my taste. I should move some of them, but maybe I'll decide on that later as the demands of the face underneath demand it. So, okay, I'm going to leave it like that for now. Then I'm going to, since we kind of need it, add a layer of white here, so the mask actually covers up what's underneath, which is kind of important so we can get a proper look at the blocking. But since this is more for sketching reasons, and since we're probably going to move this, the shards anyway, I'm just going to do this very sloppily. Like so. And that just kind of gets us all the blocking we need, which is the important part. Also, one thing that's kind of an issue with my obsession with black and white, which I think stems from me being slightly colorblind, having red-green. I mean, color blindness is a misleading term. It's more like color weakness. You know, I don't do quite as well with color gradients, but I am pretty good at dark light gradients, which, you know, is why most of my works are just in black and white. So yeah, naturally my design is also in black and white, but that does make it pretty difficult at times if you're trying to... If you just have two colors to work with, you know, it becomes pretty difficult creating contrast, because the problem here is we have white shards and they're set against a black background of the face. That's good, but there's also the eyes, which are also white, so it's white on white, and that can be quite difficult to set apart. The reason I try to fix that is here to add some shading to the mask, so that the mask is actually darker than the eyes, so that for one works with contrast, and for two it also hammers the point home that the mask is an actual physical object, so the mask is affected by shading, by lighting. It has a lighter part, it has shadows, whereas the body is kind of unaffected by those things, further creating that dichotomy, that contrast between the two. I wonder, cement shoe thing with regular. Yeah, it's more. You don't really need cement shoes. You just, since it's a cloud ocean, you just throw them overboard and they just fall down. Though, you know, the problem is, it depends where you are, because the clouds, they're filled with aetherites, so inside of them things kind of float. So if you fall down, if you go overboard on an airship, you fall into a cloud where you actually caught by the aetherite and float inside the cloud, which means you going overboard isn't an immediate death sentence, but you know, you're now in a cloud filled with aetherite, which you're breathing in, and getting you out of there is going to be much more difficult than getting you out of a water ocean. So, you know, it's not a complete death sentence if the ship turns around and goes after you, but certainly more hazardous than going overboard on a real-world ship. Yeah, the thing is, yeah, I mean, you could build more momentum, or yeah, you just attach a piece of polarized aetherite crystal to their ankles that's polarized downwards. So it'll pull them downwards even if the ambient gravity in the cloud is 0. That's actually, you can, the most common use for aetherite, because in its default state it just kind of non-polarized aetherite crystals, either in, you know, floating around in a cloud, or being, or as deposits in sediment. They're non-polarized and just kind of ambiently negate gravity. So, you know, an island floats, there's no gravity in the sky, but with proper technique you can polarize the crystals so that they actually pull gravity in a certain direction. So using that, you can actually, it's actually here on the Marines, you can see they have this strange kind of mechanism on the backs of their cuirasses. That's an that's a gravity shifting device. So there's an aetherite crystal inside that's being moved by a gyroscope, and with that thing they can basically change the direction of, you know, a very local gravity field that's basically enough to change the direction of gravity for their body. So they can use it for boarding actions, basically, you know, shifting the polarity of, shifting their gravity so they fall towards a ship that's next to theirs, and stuff like that. One of also the devices that will most reliably say, save your life if you go overboard, because, you know, if you can just turn around the gravity and fall back upwards, that's problem solved. But they're pretty difficult, for one, very expensive, two, very difficult to master, so even the Marines don't always make use of them. These, for example, may just be a simpler version of the machine that just kind of lowers your gravity, so you can do the cool Sardaukar thing in Dune and float downwards. But yeah, more advanced versions of a machine like this will allow you to basically freely change your gravity, fall upwards, sidewards, and there's also in the city of Chains, in the capital, there's the Royal Gardens, which are a ring of islands close to the Palace District. Pretty much, and the more advanced versions are oftentimes also controlled similarly, that you know, you have a controller in your hand that's connected via wire to the gyroscope on your back. So these ones, for example, since they're not as advanced and can only, lower your gravity, maybe possibly set it to 0. You don't need that kind of advanced control system, but for one that can freely shift your gravity in whichever direction you want, you'd need that kind of yes, that is a thing. That is a thing. I've not drawn it yet, but that is a thing. There's obviously clockwork mechanism, like clockwork constructs in the setting that basically the way they work, they're like robots, but since obviously computing technology doesn't exist in this world, they're not powered by, an AI or some kind of mechanism like that. What's actually powering them is, or not powering them, what's controlling them, here we go. So, there's clockwork constructs like this one. The thing that's controlling them is a demon trapped inside of a crystal, bound to a crystal, and forced with binding seals to perform certain actions in accordance to the design of the clockwork construct. So these clockwork constructs, they're able to perform simple tasks autonomously because the demon inside of them has been forced to perform these actions by the binding seals applied to the crystal where it's trapped inside. So that's how clockwork constructs work in this setting. And it's the kind of thing, yeah, I mean, personally too, yeah. Hold on. Going to do... you're working on a comic page, Euler. Actually, funny thing that I'm currently also working on a comic. Not working on the comic itself yet, but I am pre-production. Yeah, that's the problem. If the binding seals around the crystal ever fail, you have a possessed... you have a mechanical machine possessed by a demon running on the loose, but the manufacturers ensure potential customers that the risks of a risk of binding of umbral binding failure is minimal in modern designs. Trust us. So yeah, there is advanced clockwork constructs powered, by different powered and controlled by magical means, and there are in the very early stage there are kind of things that could be considered like a very early stage of mechs in the setting. Both the Imperial Army has which are not the Marine Corps, which is, part of the Navy, but the far less, what's the word? Illustrious, far less glamorous infantry of the Army. They have siegebreaker constructs, which are basically steam-powered, coal furnace powered lumbering machines that can very slowly trudge forward and tank a lot of hits while delivering cannon blasts. And there's also very though this is kind of, there are certain concepts I have for the world, and this is kind of, the technology is a bit too advanced for where the world is currently at, but this is an idea I've been playing with for several years now, I think, but I haven't actually really acted on yet, to basically make a version of the setting that's, the setting but several decades or centuries in the future, So what's currently in the, in the current timeline of the setting in the very early prototype phase is, glide craft that are kind of built like, advanced glide craft that are built like, anthropological bodies. So they are basically flying mechas, but they glide instead of properly flying. With the idea being that with they're technically glide craft, though if you can change the direction of gravity on a glide craft, you're not really restricted by the kind of. I mean, you can. There's certain binding spells you can externally use to activate a banishment externally, which is very reliable. Trust us. Works. Works all of the time. Now it does, at least. Don't ask. Don't ask. Corporate R&D, private R&D black sites are not available to the public for a reason. But yeah, so there are glide craft in the setting that are already being used, not very widely, but they're in the early stages of adaptation. Let me actually see. I have to see, because I have one piece of art that actually features, one finished piece of art that features glidecraft. If I can find it, hold on, I can just actually, damn it, I'd hoped that I could just use Control F on my own Twitter page to find the relevant artwork, but it seems it needs to actually load in so it can be found by the Control F search. So I have to scroll all the way down here. Ah, there we go. Here is a good depiction of where kind of glidecraft are mainly at in the setting at the moment. So here you can see kind of an airship being used, as a, kind of a glidecraft carrier. You have these Da Vinci style glidecraft being launched via catapult, as they do in the real world with glidecraft as well. But here it's powered by coil and spring instead of pneumatically or electromagnetically like they do with real-life aircraft carrier catapults. And then the glidecraft can just kind of glide around, or the more advanced models can actually change, have aetherite crystals on board that actually can change it so whichever way they're facing is kind of facing downwards, so they don't need to, so they can just climb as much as they want without losing momentum, because they're technically, from their localized gravity, still falling downwards. So a very unique kind of propulsion system that isn't actually propelling the craft forward, but just making it fall in whichever direction you want it to. Yeah, that's actually an art piece I want to draw with, a kind of mechanical puppet like this one that has been... I have a very old image actually of, a very small... Ah, there it is. I thought I'd had to search, but conveniently this was right next to the image I just pulled up. There we go. This is actually... You can actually see here, because this was made long before my current PNG tuber design, that this actually looks very similar to my actual current now PNG tuber design. But, so just ignore that startling similarity for a moment, and this is kind of what it can look like when, in this case, just a tiny little spider wind-up bot is possessed. Actually, something, this image is you know, is inspired by a D&D campaign I ran, or I guess not D&D, but TTRPG campaign I ran, where, you know, one of my players, she was like a mechanic that made these kind of clockwork constructs, and she had like a critical botch during the construction of one of these, and as a result, the binding crystal kind of became loose to the point where the demon inside woke up and was able to talk to her, but couldn't really disobey her yet, and also was, you know, trapped in this tiny little wind-up body. So she affectionately referred to it as her pocket demon, which, you know, tried to constantly convince her to give it more weapons and make its body bigger, and give it more freedom. And it could help them. It could help her destroy her enemies. So that's the origin of this image. But I kind of want to draw a kind of updated version of something like this happening with, you know, a much more dangerous humanoid, sized and shaped clockwork construct, and sort of also the idea that since you know, the demonic possession, when the demon wakes up inside the crystal and the binding sigils become loose, they can also start affecting the physical world. So the idea is that the longer the clockwork doll becomes possessed, the more the metal itself actually warps to represent, you know, the demonic influence it's under, and then obviously around that, then the shadowy presence of the demon that is now fully autonomously puppeting the clockwork construct with no restrictions placed on it. If ether dust is fatal, would it be used for mass disposal? No, because the thing is, it's a very... First of all, it's a pretty expensive material. Second of all, it's not... It usually... it's more like, say, for example, asbestos, or perhaps even more accurately, something like uranium or something. It usually doesn't kill very quickly. It just... slowly, if you are exposed for it for a long time, or for very intensely for a short time, over a matter of yeah, definitely the trademark black leaky group of Hollow Knight. But so yeah, the idea is more that, you know, you slowly get the effects. And, you know, this is a world with all kinds of regular magic, so, you know, you can just, you know, use magic to summon, like, a poison mist cloud, or, you know, an actual toxic gas that's designed to do that. Since, you know, the aetherite is not that potent at killing quickly, it's more long-term health hazards. There are, however, certain cultists that, you know, transhumanists, or I guess not necessarily human, but, you know, transmortalists, I guess, who, kind of, but, yeah, I mean, kind of, but, nuclear waste, obviously, an ether cloud, unless you're directly inside of it, not that much to worry about. And I guess unless you're in the precipitation of that cloud, but usually the ones filled with aetherite are at the bottom of the world, where, you know, they can't rain. Wait, hold on, that's actually good. That's actually an interesting idea. If they're filled with aetherite, they might actually rain upwards. That's a cool idea. I need to write that down, because that's an interesting idea, having rain that falls upwards, and that's kind of how you know it's dangerous, because that means it's full of aetherite. So you have to avoid it. Upwards rain. So yeah, mainly, especially if you're on an island, you don't have to worry that much about aetherite exposure. As a sailor, you're usually fine unless you sail directly through a cloud, at which point you have to be careful, which is why I don't know if I have a good example for this in any artwork, but it's very common among sky sailors to carry, you know, bandanas, protective goggles, stuff like that, so they can quickly put them on whenever they have to sail into a aetherite cloud, or they're caught in an aetherite storm. Also, one detail, I don't know if I have that anywhere on a finished piece of art I can easily show. No, hold on, I do know that I have it somewhere here amid my older sketches. Oh, I have to... Hold on. If I search my local files, then... Because, speaking of the comic I'm working on earlier, there was, like, character sheet, not a character sheet, but, and if only I remembered where the hell I put that thing. Some examples, you know, sailors usually wear, not on them at all times, but, you know, on their person, protective goggles, bandanas, and something like that, so you can quickly put them on whenever they're caught in a storm. And they also, almost all of them have these kind of early versions, archaic versions of carabiner hooks they can use to hook themselves onto a piece of rope or rigging. So then, if they go overboard, they're caught in that hook, which is attached to their belt, so they don't fall overboard. Especially during a storm, since, you know, on an airship, falling overboard is that much more dangerous than on a regular ship. I have an example of one of those hooks somewhere here, but I'm gonna have to scroll. Ah, there we go. This is the file, which, you know, it's oh yeah, there we go. It's also even here, you can see the reference images I used. So yeah, it's like an early type of carabiner hook, which is attached to the usually to the small at the belt at the back of the body. So and then you regularly, if you don't use it, you hook it up somewhere in front of you, and then if you do use it, you unhook it there, you put it onto a rope, so then if you do go overboard, you're caught by that on that piece of rope and you don't fall overboard. Yeah, I'm currently, this is a bit of an outdated thing, but yeah, here I also kind of embarrassed to show this because I realized I'm so bad at drawing people from different angles, so I've been studying that a lot. I have improved drastically over my attempts here. Also just because I had no previous attempts, because I've never made, you know, characters that appear several times in my works. I had no previous experience with drawing character more than once and having them still look the same, which, I don't know if you know this, kind of important for a comic. So that I kind of realized, oh yeah, I have to do like a lot of study work before I'm actually ready to do an actual comic. But most of that is in my physical thing, which is going to be more difficult to share on stream, of course. But one thing I will say, I am currently working on, also an announcement I wanted to make today. Exactly. I actually made this, funnily enough, this was made before. This was made, I made this a few months ago, like 3, 4, 5 months ago. But yeah, it's kind of a funny timing, because when that Frieren meme got big, I was currently in the process of studying how to do exactly that thing, which kind of, I mean, I guess I should have maybe capitalized on that and participated in that meme, but that's the kind of savvy, viral play that I am entirely incapable of. Actually, hold on. I can, at the very least, make like a very quick snapshot of one of my notebook pages to show you some, as I would at least claim, significant progress in not only different angles, but also, what's the word? Showing actual different emotions. I need to put it here. Kind of my go-to method of transferring files, pictures from my phone to my PC is just Discord. So I have like in one of my Discord servers a channel that only I can access, where I post all of my, I just post the images from my phone and then I copy them. Here, it's obviously going to be horribly desaturated because I didn't take the time to. Oh, no, copy image and then there we go. Oh, yeah, there we go. So yeah, some significant progress, I'd argue. Also, you know, reworking the design of the characters slightly, mainly some of the facial features. There's also quite a few. I have like, at this point, probably a dozen of these similar pages. Also trying different scenes, different characters. This one I probably also want to share because it's quite nice. Hold on. Which actually, speaking of, this actually ties nicely into an announcement I plan to make today anyway. I am currently working on a Discord server, which I think it's about high time. You know, mainly to just, you know, inform people when I'm streaming and stuff like that, but also to allow semi-exclusive access to some of these sketches that I'm working on. Hold on. Okay, this is gonna be. I have to scroll quite a bit here, but there we are. Not as much as I had feared. So this is, I think, one of my most recent works, and yeah, here you can actually see me, you know, trying some more interesting framing and stuff like that. Also some different characters. Basically, idea of the comic, currently a very it's a very short one, basically like a short story in comic form of you know, a crew of pirates trying to avoid capture from the Imperial Navy, and you know, here we have the main antagonists, I guess, which it would be then a captain of the Royal Navy and his trusty lieutenant of Marines. So here you'll notice this is basically the officer's version of the regular Marine uniform. It's you don't really see it here, but yeah, he's carrying his helmet, which has an officer's feather plume next to him. And you know, the feather plume, I'm still kind of trying to nail down the design of it, but I do want it to kind of look like you know, an Aztec, like something similar to an Aztec feather crown that, you know, the Aztec warriors would actually use in battle, carry in battle. to kind of, you know, also further go for that cultural heritage or inspiration at least. And yeah, also, it's kind of in typical fashion, all these designs, because I love these sort of Art Deco embellishments, are, I think, very pretty, but also horribly over-designed for a comic. I need to figure out some way to efficiently simplify these, or find some kind of workflow where I can, you know, save some time on these details by just implying them, because, yeah, that took quite a few attempts and just, you know, several tries and practice to get that right. Yeah. I mean, part of me is telling myself, I don't want to make the comic very long anyways, so maybe I can go a bit more on the details. At the same time, not that long still probably means several hundred panels, or at least, like, over 100 panels, and, you know, I don't think I can draw that several hundred times, and, you know, at least if I don't want to finish it in a nursing home. So I actually see here, this design has gone, I've stripped a lot of detail away here that was still present. Oh, right, it's over here, so, you know, a lot of the embellishments of the sort of vest she's wearing and stuff like that being sanded away. Yeah, honestly, I'm already tempted enough to do that anyways. Or, I guess, I do have a 3D printer. I could always 3D print one. I mean, it would take probably months of consecutive printing to, you know, make several different parts, but I mean, it's not entirely impossible. Because I do like, I've been, actually didn't go this year, but all the previous years I've been going to Gamescom in summer in, where is it, Cologne, and I've always gone cosplaying as a, basically, what was it? Yes, SCP, basically site guard, security guard. So, you know, the black, the white fatigues with black plate carrier, gas mask, stuff like that. Even what I did 3D print is a scale model of a P90 for that kind of thing. But next year, I don't know. I want to go as something different. My main candidate currently is probably trying to 3D print myself the mask from Dishonored and trying to go as Corvo Attano, but I'd have to figure out where I would source that where I would source that navy coat he's wearing, because there are some online, but most of them look pretty bad, and the ones that don't cost a lot. So, you know, I guess I still have half a year for that, but that's not very long. In cosplay, terms, that's not very long at all. Especially considering I always have so many projects at once going on. Something I'm eternally incapable of is consigning myself to just a few projects at once. I have so many things going on at once. Oh god. But anyways, hold on. Where did I probably separate this? And no, there we go. And so this would be mask, one, and this would be mask, Volume, just volume sketch 1, and then this would be body sketch 1. And then I'm gonna make face sketch 1. There we go. Because I think that's the next thing I want to go for. The face. Actually, one thing here in... one notable thing here is I've gone for... In the original sketch, I don't know if I want to do it like that in the full piece as well, but I've gone for no mouth actually here. And just eyes. Because I do like the smile in several, I think in several pieces like this one, for example, I think it really works. But I think in this one it might actually be more interesting to have no mouth. Which, I mean, I guess that's probably false advertising considering how much I yap during these streams, but... Oh, I just realized I still need to finish this. With, what did I use again? This one? Yeah, I have no mouth, but I must yap. So, there we go. So let me just actually finish this. Very roughly, just so I can get a proper sense of the blocking going on. Yeah, that's good. And then back here, no, that's the wrong one. This one, perfect. And here I'm actually gonna increase the size of my brush a little bit. And now, obviously, there's the question. I usually try to fit the eyes in between the cracks of the shards, but not too cleanly, because otherwise, if, you know, if the eyes perfectly fill, you know, the space in between the shards, it can be then you kind of don't really see much of the shadow body anymore. Hidden by the... I'm not sure I'm following... Yeah, definitely that's... Yeah, actually a very good way of putting it. It should not look orderly. It should... Because that's the whole idea of the design, having, you know, the very clean, geometric, featureless, pristine mask on the one half, and then the complete chaos on the other one. Sort of, you know, like an eruption of disorder that's kind of bursting out of the side of the head. So, okay. I should probably group these, and then might actually decrease the opacity on these so I can get a clearer sense of what the body would look like, because yeah, now we see that some of these are a bit misshapen. So yeah, something more like, hold on, like this, I guess. And then, oh yeah, one thing, so the purpose of the Discord server primarily would be, of course, for notifications of streams, updates, should I, you know, reschedule something, and just, you know, as a social space. Also, you know, to share some of the sketches I wouldn't normally publish on, you know, my socials, and also to vote on... Oh god, sorry. Sorry about that. I hit my microphone with my pencil because I like to articulate while I'm speaking, even though no one can see me. To kind of vote on future games that we might be playing on stream. Because there are quite a few games I'm interested in playing on stream, but I kind of want to gauge, audience interest in the games before I'd settle on which one we actually do next. Because I have a few candidates that are quite different, and I'd kind of, leave it up to a vote on which one we're actually going to look at. So, in the end, we might actually. I think for now we're going to stick exclusively to Book of Hours, but sometime next year I'd probably like to start, streaming Book of Hours on a certain day or certain days. And yeah, one of them, for example, Prey. Oh god. The 20... I don't know when it came out, but from the immersive sim from Arcane Studios, which for several reasons I think is a perfect fit for this channel. Number one, I adore Arcane Studios. I love Dishonored. I love immersive sims in general, but specifically their immersive sims. And, Prey... Have you seen the enemies in Prey? Hold on, I just need to pull this up. Prey... Mimic... They look like me. They... It was when I realized I had it in my... Not my Steam library, but in my Epic Games library. I at some point grabbed it when it was free there. That's... That's the way the creatures look in Prey. They're like these inky shadow things, so... Like a perfect fit. Like, for example, also, there's also some more humanoid ones. That wasn't actually a deliberate... At least I don't think I was really being inspired by these when I created my design, but I just then realized, yeah, hold on, these really... look like me. So, yeah, I'm just, in general, I adore their other immersive sims, Dishonored, Deathloop, also, I'm like, Deathloop is such an underrated game, it's so great. It's basically Dishonored, but in the 60s, so you have, which means you can dual wield SMGs now, and it's in a time loop, so you kind of replay the same day over and over again, which is kind of funny because it's like the anti-Dishonored, where your actions have no consequences. You can just go buck wild and try and figure out how the island works, how you can affect it. And you basically have the same powers as in Dishonored. And what I think is like the coolest thing about the game, honestly, it's the same world. They're being coy about it in-game, but if you read the clues, you realize, hold on, this world, it's Dishonored, but, a century later. Which I think just... I've never really seen that much in other games where it's just... it's the same setting, but, a century later, so there's very little recognizable, and again, if you just play it without paying very close attention, especially with the small exception of a bit at the end that's kind of being a bit more open about it, you never notice that it's the same world, but it's, if you pay attention, you notice, wait, hold on, this is the setting of Dishonored, but, it's a century later, so none of the characters are the same, the technology looks completely different, but you see the kind of roots. For example, one of my favorite things is that since in Dishonored the calendar system is completely different than in our world, they have 13 months with an equal number of days, and then at the end of the year is the Fugue Feast, which is kind of external to the months. So they have the month of harvest, the month of rain, the month of timber, the month of clans, the month of songs. So there's a section in Deathloop where one of the characters is on an audio log saying the date is well, anyways, the year is 1962. Yeah, what can I say? I love Arcane Studios so much. Their work is... Oh, yeah, and also another reason why Prey is... I mean, look at that. That's Art Deco, dude. That's Art Deco. The whole space station in Prey is Art Deco, and I'm going to scream. And yeah, it's the only modern game of theirs I haven't actually played yet, so that's one I've been saving for stream. Another one, you know, currently I'm playing Darkest Dungeon 1. Darkest Dungeon 2, which I'm definitely going to play, might also be a strong contender for something to play on stream. Another one, big hitter, which I haven't actually played yet for the specific reason of I was saving it for stream, Disco Elysium. I haven't actually played it yet because I maybe want to do it on stream for the first time. Though I will say I'm on that one specifically, my patience and force of will is very much waning, so there's a good chance I'll actually start playing it on my own before we really get the chance to move on to a new game. And there's several others I don't have on the top of my mind, but yeah. So, especially Disco Elysium would be, you know, a great game since currently, you know, Weather Factory is working on Traveling at Night, which, as they've stated very openly in their newsletters, the most direct inspiration for Traveling at Night is Disco Elysium. Yeah, so, yeah, definitely. But anyways, I wanted to kind of, yeah, so, to get back on topic, that was kind of an idea to use the Discord server for that to kind of decide what games we want to play next. So I'm just going, so the idea is going to be that I'm going to pick out, you know, games I happen to own through, you know, various means. Example, for example, Prey I don't own on Steam. I just happened to have grabbed that ages ago when it was free on Epic Games. And then, you know. Yeah, I know I'll love it because that's the problem. One thing I definitely couldn't resist is spoiling myself. Not completely, but I do know quite a bit about the game already, because I'm just, when it comes to curiosity, I'm the deadest cat there is, so I don't know much about the late game, but for example, like the first hour or so, I pretty much know beat for beat, but yeah, but yeah, there's a few other games that I can think of right now that I also, you know, that are staring at me in the Steam library, and in the past I've always thought, oh, you know, maybe I should wait because what if I want to do it on stream it for the play it for the first time on stream and stuff like that. But then again, it kind of with some games, actually I'm starting to think it's not actually that that important if the first time is on stream. I mean, for example, Cultist Simulator, I had already played extensively before starting to stream it. But yeah, I guess for most, especially more linear games, it's probably... Yeah, I know. I've deliberately tried to especially avoid spoilers, you know, for the end game, stuff like that. I know some events that happen relatively late in the game, but I have no idea at the moment how exactly you get there, what the context for those moments is, stuff like that. So yeah, definitely a lot there that I still haven't that I can still that I could still experience for the first time on stream. Also, I just reminded right now about just the VA work in 𝐭𝐡𝐮𝐦𝐚𝐢𝐥, that I certainly know is absolutely fucking insane. Like Lenville Brown, I am genuinely, first of all, shocked that that's his debut title, that he had never voice acted in anything before Disco Elysium, before being the narrator there, and then also that there's basically no other projects that he's been in since, except for Ultrakill, as Sisyphus. Which is, I mean, oh man, why? He has such an amazing voice. How does that work? I think it works. Yeah, that could work. Hold on, and then it's always one point of difficulty that always needs to be considered when it comes to the face is kind of having these tendrils that form a cohesive flow, that they don't that, you know, these tendrils that they go in, you know, several different quote-unquote random directions, but that they still, you know, reflect the overall flow of the whole, so that they don't go in any sharp directions. Yeah, I mean, I've definitely seen like some there's so many meme edits of you know, people doing like an impression of his voice for like various scenes. Because it's so evocative, and it burrows into your mind. Good question. The answer, because it looks cool. That's kind of the only answer I can really give. Because I thought it would look cool, and I haven't really come up with a more convincing answer since then. Well, I guess visually you want to kind of communicate that it's sort of ephemeral, weightless, and having it kind of, you know, smear upwards like that is, in my opinion, a good way to get that point across. I don't know where exactly I did also experiment at some point with having it smear both upwards and downwards. Yeah, kind of. So the point, so the thing I'm kind of trying to drive at here, I do want this, like the fractured face, to look a bit aggro, so to speak, but then I want the body to be kind of more. So I think this is kind of the perfect example of what I'm trying to achieve. So, you know, the face, the fractured part, it looks very aggressive, it looks very chaotic, it deliberately also, you know, looks like fire, sort of, only more tendrily, and of course black. That's very much by design, to have it look chaotic, like an outburst that's like it's burning off of the face, like it's bursting out of it. But then having the body be a bit more subdued. So there are these tendrils still, but overall there's less of them, and so there's not really the imagery of spikes that's created as much. And it's just kind of like placidly droopy. Yeah, because... and that's kind of both the, I guess, advantage, and to some lesser point, the disadvantage of the design is that, you know, the body is ephemeral, so it can freely form itself into whatever it likes. So, one concept certainly is that, you know, this is sort of the more default appearance, and then this could perhaps be a shape the body assumes during one of my outbreaks at British currency, for example, or other such similar instances. I am, that would be something, for example, an idea to toy with if I, when or if I ever decide to make an actual Life 2D model, for example, to have, you know, toggles to cycle between different assortments of the body to resemble different states of, you know, emotion or energy in my current speaking voice and stuff like that. But yeah, to have the idea that the face, since that's kind of where the mask is broken and the void inside is the most uncontained, be this swirling mass of tentacles, but then the body itself is a bit more subdued, it's a bit less chaotic. Yeah, that's also a thing that here, for example, the eyes, most of the minor eyes are a lot less chaotic and a lot more orderly. Of course, here, some chaos just simply comes from the fact that this is still a sketch. So, also something I have to keep in mind for later, how much of the chaos do I want to preserve in the final piece, and how much of it, you know, is should get smoothed out later as I'm turning it more into a finished work. Also, one thing I'm always kind of, I guess I haven't really explored that idea in any meaningful detail, but one thing I often think about when I'm drawing this face is of kind of like tadpoles, because that's kind of how there's these eyes and then there's this single tail coming off of them. Yeah, half closed maybe, but I think it'll be enough if they're just, you know, if they just have a more like here the shape is cleaner, and also the eyes, for example, filled and doesn't have has a much simpler shape to it. That already makes it feel a lot less chaotic. Hold on, what the fuck did I just do? What did I, huh? What did that, huh? Okay, no idea what I just did there, but, you know, as long as it's reversible. But, okay, I didn't delete it, it's still here in the preview. Did I move it somewhere? Anyways, I guess as long as it doesn't happen again. Yeah, maybe something like that. But it's also mainly just something I think about when I'm drawing the thing, because that's kind of just the way I'm usually drawing them. Yeah, maybe something like that. Maybe there's something there to be explored also visually. That's generally also a thought if, you know, the different eyes are, you know, that's, for example, a good idea to have the different eyes be like different thoughts. Or, I don't know, maybe there's something else to do with, if an individual eye could represent something, because currently they're just, you know, all the eyes are just kind of, obviously as a whole they kind of represent, obviously, the idea of, you know, the abyss gazing back at thee. So that's why it's this inky blackness filled with eyes, which I the universal artist moment of having an idea and then after you've already committed it, realizing, suddenly having a crushing realization of, I just took that idea from there without realizing it. Like several months after I'd already finalized my design, I realized, oh shit, oh fuck, isn't this just Pride from Full Metal Alchemist? And yeah, kind of, but it's different enough. It's different enough. Yeah, that's also, the idea that, obviously a mask, exactly, legally distinct. The mask is unchanging, and the other side is then the overly emotive part, which is also kind of the reason why in this specific thing I wanted to experiment with actually not having a mouth, because I found that, the mouth certainly makes the face more expressive, obviously, but actually not having a mouth makes the face look a lot more intense, because then the eyes are the only thing and they're looking directly at the viewer. So, this kind of intense stare, I think, works pretty well, specifically for a work like this, where it's about, the art. Even though, yes, I do yap a lot during these streams. Speaking of, I should probably imbibe in some refreshing water. There we go. And then there we go. One thing I do always struggle with is sort of this area of the face, because it's kind of hard following these sort of flow of the face, filling this in a way that feels natural, but obviously leaving it completely empty usually also feels pretty unnatural. Yeah, or I guess the idea of the expression, especially with the gesture of the outstretched arm, which I'm probably, in the sketch it's pretty small, but in the final piece I probably want to make the outstretched arm a bit more highlighted, so it's probably going to stretch out further and be probably more like this, roughly. So basically having a kind of expression of come and see, come hither and see, look upon me, my works ye mighty, and despair. No, but yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that. Maybe emphasizes the pose, but one thing it definitely emphasizes is the eyes, I've found. And yeah, I guess due to the lack of that's true. The lack of mouth obviously removes one dimension in which the face emotes, which draws us naturally to look for emotion more in the pose. That's true, actually. Mainly just to have two hands in a very neutral position, so this sort of cloak-like element can drape nicely over them. And because that's a very easy way to to add further arms without getting in the way of anything else. That's actually an idea I kind of want to explore. Generally, in these more with this more neutral shape of the body, to always have one pair of arms that's kind of in one of these sort of neutral resting positions, and they never move away from there, and just it's the other arms that appear whenever I need to do something. That is very true. I've not done any work in that direction, but I have given it some thought. And one thing that's mainly going to be difficult, an emote needs to be very easily legible, even from a distance, because it's going to be very small on screen usually. And that's gonna make it very difficult if I continue to just work in black and white. Because black and white is great for many things, but displaying complex compositions and stuff like that in a coherent manner in a very small area isn't necessarily one of them. Especially since I do have such a complex design. That too. But the file size is less of the issue and more the actual size that's going to end up being on the monitor, because you can still make a file that's pretty small, and then but has a lot of detail. For example, if I made this here, for example, into a JPEG, I'm pretty sure, or perhaps even this one if I scaled down the resolution a bit, if I turned it into a JPEG, I could probably make it small enough to be eligible as an emote. But if you're seeing this in the size of an emote, that's going to be... Hold on, I can't even zoom out that far. As an emote, that would mean you see it like this. And you can't make out anything from that distance. So it has to be very legible. And my design doesn't really... My design already isn't very legible if it's full size, so I have to get creative. Yeah, that's it would be a vision test for like hawks. Horizontal multi-emote images, that's one thing already. Also, one idea I was kind of experimenting with, I haven't, or I guess I was thinking about, I haven't actually experimented with it yet. For the emotes, replacing the actual, my regular mask with a, what's the word? With a drama mask. So, the mask already has the emotion on it, and then the shadowy part also fits that emotion, or maybe doesn't, but probably ideally, since you want to make it simple to look at. So both the shadow part and the mask part have the same emotion. Possibly even, a drama mask that is then lightly or not so lightly colored in, an appropriate color for the emotion, red for anger, blue for sadness, the works, yellow for happiness. Color scares me, so I haven't really tried that yet, but maybe it would actually end up working. I'll really have to experiment a bit. And obviously also, with emotes is always the question, do you want to make an emote? Yeah, a pogging. Oh god, how would I even... Oh god. How does the pog face look again? PogChamp. Copy image. And then... Yeah, this one would be really hard to do with... I guess you could have... Yeah, I guess my idea here would be, hold on, let me actually, can I convert this into an actual layer? No, but I can do this. So my idea would here kind of be to have a mask. Yeah, to have, you know, a mask that is already that already features, you know, a pogging, and then it's just kind of, unlike my other mask, which, unlike my regular mask, which kind of breaks all the way down, to have it sort of break just around here, or, you know, have larger pieces down here that still maintain the actual shape of the pogging. So that would kind of be my approach to that. Yes, it would be. But I'd have to test how legible it is. Yeah, I mean, obviously Phantom of the Opera visually big inspiration here as well. For my regular design. I mean, yeah, Phantom of the Opera, the mask only covers, what was it, this part of the face? Actually, funny thing, I have a D&D character that I actually, that I've used a few times across a few different campaigns and a few different incarnations, that heavily, basically a warlock, heavily inspired by Cultist Simulator, so he's, you know, esoteric occultist, less in the, you know, standard Lovecraftian tentacle kind of ways, but in the dreamscape Mansus sort of way, and one of his defining design features is also, you know, having a Phantom of the Opera style mask over one eye. So definitely, I have a thing for masks. Yeah, hold on. Didn't I, wasn't one of the campaigns where I ran that character, or an incarnation of that character, the one where you were also... Yeah, exactly, the haunting. Exactly. Yeah, that's the one. So I've since also used the character in Dungeons and Dragons as a, obviously, great old one, warlock, or I guess now with the new class, with a, what was it called, mentalist, or psychic, or psionic, or something like that, the new class that's also all about psionics. I might actually, if I ever use the character again, I might actually use him as that class, because that's almost even more fitting. But Great Old One Warlock already... I haven't really looked at the whole class yet, but at least from the things I know about it, it seems basically just like turning the Great Old One Warlock into a full class. Because that one was already very focused on psionic powers and the ability to cast spells without having to use somatic components, which there's like, I managed to do like a really funny build with him. He was basically capable to cast, to use an invisible familiar to cast his spells. So he could cast the spells from the point of the invisible familiar, and he didn't have to use verbal or somatic components for it. So essentially, he could just stand in a crowd and pretend to be a bystander while being an active participant in the fight through the eyes and casting range of his familiar, which perfectly fitting for the kind of cloak and dagger, hidden occultist I wanted him to be as, you know, conduct a lot of business in secret, the invisible arts, stuff like that. Yeah, Scion, that's the one. Yes, that's right. Kind of generally always have the issue I create. Holy shit! Yeah, that's kind of it. Yeah, how did I not consider? Yeah, that's kind of exactly it. How did I not consider that before? That's so accurate. Exactly a stand user, basically. Yeah, because it's like the familiar is invisible, but I could look through the eyes of the familiar, and I could also cast spells through the from the point of the familiar. Which is, I mean, I don't know if I think they still haven't changed that pact boon yet in D&D 2024, but the Gaze of Two Minds is pretty fucking broken because the ability to both see, you need to maintain it every turn with a bonus action, so you basically can never use a bonus action. Because as soon as you don't, the connection is severed and you need to touch your familiar again to reactivate it. But it has, I think, Gaze of Two Minds. The regular seeing through the eyes of your familiar has a max range, but not the Gaze of Two Minds. That works as long as you're on the same plane of reality. So essentially, you can just order your familiar to sit on the shoulder of one of your party members, and as long as you maintain Gaze of Two Minds, you can just participate in combat by, even though you're miles away from the actual danger, or, you know, in the next room, or, you know, behind full cover, or, I don't know, in a big metal box that nothing can get through. So it's like participating in the fight without any risk of you ever getting hit by anything, which is not the most balanced maybe, but it does fit the character perfectly, because basically the character, you know, he is personality-wise basically your player character in Cultist Simulator, so obsessed with gaining immortality and absolutely, completely ruthless in pursuing that goal, but also very careful to not do much of the dirty work themselves. Delegate, delegate. Essentially. I mean, the power of a cult leader, because that's what he is. Which, I mean, nowadays the overlap between those two seems to get slimmer and slimmer every day. One funny thing that's kind of... if you have these tendrils and they overlap, like here, they kind of naturally form the shape of eyes, which is at once kind of cool, and on the other hand, it can get a bit visually confusing at times. Yeah. So these, I think, are, I'm trying to say, aren't actually eyes, they just happen to be in the exact same shape, because, you know, that's just kind of the shape the swoop here follows. And then, usually I also like to have to add a bit more, I like to have some of these tendrils also coming off of the shards, like some of the void matter is still sticking to them on the inside. Yeah, something like that. And if there are these bits of void coming off of them, they also have a stronger outline, which is good for clarity. So if we increase the opacity of that, and then kind of want to emphasize because the swooping, the lines in the flow of the of the matter kind of in this case look like the upper jaw of a skull. If we human skull, where's a good example? Ah, yeah, this is a good example of what I'm talking about. So here here in the front you can see where these waves, you know, these indentations and bulges created by the roots of the teeth in the skull. And having the kind of flow here kind of evokes a similar visual, which I kind of like. A crack along the mouth section to show all the teeth. I'm trying to picture what exactly you mean. So, crack along the mouth section to all the teeth. So, obviously in this version there wouldn't be any teeth regularly because there's no mouth. So you're thinking that here there's some kind of opening and you see the teeth underneath. Am I getting that correctly? Hold on, let's continue here. And then... Ah, okay. Ah, I see. Okay, so a crack in the mask. Maybe. But kind of, I kind of like the fact that, you know, the mouth is kind of, that you don't really get the image of, you know, a full mouth, so it kind of creates that further ambiguity, because the idea is kind of that the mouth doesn't necessarily continue underneath the mask. It just kind of, it's almost more as if the mouth, it, you know, it's kind of attached to the mask here at this area, and then just kind of flows upwards. So to kind of further add to the uncertainty of the design of how, you know, because the idea is, you know, to have something that looks vaguely humanoid but is fundamentally kind of okay, is kind of built different, and I mean that in the you know what I mean. Built different as in constructed alternatively, that fundamentally isn't, you know, that there isn't, the mouth doesn't look like this because, yeah, I mean, that's true. Though, to be fair, I have sort of toyed with the idea, since, you know, the fact that the face is behind the mask really is also just kind of a choice. Technically, it doesn't need to be. So one idea I've kind of toyed with is to have the... Hold on, let me put this on a... Oh god, what did I do this time? Oh god, wait, oh. Okay, there we go. Let me put this on a separate layer. To have sort of the face. Wait, this reference image is in the way. To have the face kind of escape here outwards, and then have it be here kind of in its fullness. So, you know, to kind of add to that, what was it called again? You know, the cat, I don't know how this is pronounced, Cheshire. Yeah, kind of like that, to have, you know, the face just kind of, you know, it's usually behind the mask because that's kind of the default position for it to be, and because obviously it makes sense to position the face there. But technically that's just a choice out of convention, so, you know, to have the face periodically kind of peer outwards, or to, you know, have a second face appear somewhere on the body, and then, you know, like a second head. Obviously, because everything about the body is freely modular except for the mask. That's the one thing that always stays the same, because it's the only thing that's actually made of actual, material. To have like have a separate head growing out of here as well, for example, or just the suggestion of one, like a proto head that kind of has some of the details, and for example, a wide grin, something like that. Oh, hold on. Let me just... I should have probably put this on Do Not Disturb, but I managed to forget that every single time. Yeah, so, I think that would be, because to me at least, that also has like a really big, grinning cat, vibe of, the face just kind of moving around freely wherever it wants to. Since, the cat's always also just floating around. Spirit Bomb, where's that from again? Hold on. Wait, what layer is that on? Oh, no. Huh? Oh. How did that get there? Should get rid of that. Oh. Then yes, Pokemon is like the one... is like one of those IPs where I am completely, that's like a complete blind spot for me. I have no idea about Pokemon. I mean, okay, no, I do know a few things. It's kind of impossible to be on the internet and not know, especially since I am an active member in several communities that are big into Pokemon, which is kind of funny, but, yeah, I am very much in the dark when it comes to Pokemon. Anyways. Also, this is something I wanted to toy with, kind of the idea of adding something that kind of almost looks like a sort of crown, or at least suggests the shape of a crown on top, to kind of go for that in concert with the more hooded look, to go for a bit more of a King in Yellow kind of design. Or I guess King in, I don't know, Black and White. It's found by Fischer. Oh, isn't that the... which one? How is it called again? Because I might know the design. Is it that one ghost type Pokemon that's that has like a... Ah, okay, Spirit Bomb. I kind of assumed that was a move. Oh, okay, it's that one. Ah, I see. Yeah, I guess so, yeah. Functionally. Though, I guess visually more similar to... what's the one that carries its death mask around? I don't know any of the names, but I do seem to recall... Yeah, Yamask. There we go. So, not really... I don't think really by neither subconscious nor conscious nor subconscious actual inspiration, but just, I guess, a lot of like ghost stuff. You know, it just traffics in very similar imagery, so I think that's the main reason there's a surprising amount of overlap there. Though one cool thing I do think, this is the like one thing I kind of where I kind of have a strong opinion on Pokemon, where what I really like is the fact that so many ghost-type Pokemon are references to iconic horror literature, like obviously the balloon one, Stephen King's It, and there's probably no actual confirmation, but I'm pretty sure that Mimikyu is supposed to be a reference to King in Yellow, because that design is really similar, and also just the general idea of it. I can't prove it, but I'm pretty sure that's an inspiration, or maybe even an outright reference there. Hold on, I'm trying to... something... Okay, I guess... hold on. It's kind of a severe bend here. I'm gonna have to see how I can smooth that out a bit, maybe. Although... nah, I think it's mostly fine. Yeah, but... isn't, well, no, with the Ring Girl, it's if you see the tape, you die in 7 days, but it's also with the King in Yellow. One of the short stories I still haven't read the actual book, but I've come across a few summaries of the short stories contained. One of them is also where, well, the causality is the opposite way, where the character kind of is implied to die, and that's how they come face to face with the king. Because Carcosa in King in Yellow is a reference to a earlier poem called An Inhabitant of Carcosa, and it's kind of implied Carcosa is like the afterlife. So therefore the King in Yellow is kind of what waits at the end of everything. Oh god, I'm trying to rouse my brain meat for the definition of that word. So this is an interpretation. I don't know how I've heard said I don't know how much weight it holds, because, you know, I can't really judge because I haven't read the actual book, but one interpretation I have heard of the king being this sort of, you know, usurper deity that has kind of, through the influence of the play, or perhaps the other way around, yeah, kind of like that, but it's almost like a usurper psychopomp, like someone that has usurped the afterlife, that has, kind of... Because because it's not just the guide to the afterlife, it's also, if I remember the exact quote, it's how frightful, because that's what the king then says to the character in that particular short story, how frightful it is to indeed to be in the presence of the living God. And the idea kind of being that the King in Yellow has, through the play, usurped the other afterlives and the other gods, and kind of taken their place, which, in my opinion, that ties in pretty well with, you know, Mimikyu trying to, you know, usurp or mimic the series icon of Pikachu, and kind of in, you know, with the King in Yellow, the idea, I think, if I understand it correctly, being that once you're under the influence of the play, you're kind of bound for Carcosa either way. That's kind of the inevitable conclusion, because once you're in the thralls of the play, you're in the thralls of the king. But again, haven't actually read it yet, so this is just an interpretation I've heard that I'm regurgitating. Might be, maybe if I actually end up reading it, I'll come away with a completely different interpretation of the thing. But, you know, one thing I definitely know, even having not read it yet, is that it's a very open-ended work. I mean, it depends how you define popularity. It's definitely, I think, a lot more because definitely more people know Pikachu than Mimikyu, obviously. And I think Pikachu still sells more merchandise than Mimikyu. Yes, but I would say if you tallied up who's if you asked people who their favorite Pokemon was, especially people who are actually Pokemon fans, a significantly higher amount are going to say Mimikyu than Pikachu, because Pikachu is, you know, the default Pokemon, basically. Everyone knows Pikachu, and so I think it's not actually that many people's favorite Pokemon, because, you know, it's omnipresent. Whereas, you know, there's many people who really like Mimikyu. And I mean, yeah, it's for the reasons I've outlined, because I have the strong suspicion, just generally because I like its vibes, and because I have the very strong suspicion that there's a King in Yellow connection there. It's also my personal favorite, so who am I to judge? Who am I to say anything? It's also... Because one of the very few sources of information, any sort of information I have on Pokemon, why I, for example, managed to recognize Spirit Bomb, is the excellent YouTuber 𝐭𝐡𝐮𝐬𝐥 does basically character design analysis shorts on his short channel. And he did several design analysis. Yeah, he's great. He did several on, you know, many different Pokemon, and a theme he often returns to is, you know, that they kept that Pokemon struck gold with Pikachu, and then they kept replicating it. Game Freak kept trying to make another Pikachu happen, and it kept just not working. And then they made Mimikyu, which is, you know, deliberately a shoddy imitation of Pikachu, and that's the first time it actually worked. The first time they actually managed to, like, the deliberately imperfect, shallow imitation of Pikachu is the only one that actually... that actually managed to really catch on, because... like, there's so many Pokemon in the later gens. Yeah, and also the very clear, open acknowledgement that that's what's going on. That's deliberately the idea, is that it's trying to imitate it. It's not just the underlying, you know, design plan. It's very much the whole appeal of the thing. And, you know, also the fact, you know, that it's very imperfect in its execution. But anyways, hold on, I'm trying to... We really haven't made much progress at all, but, well, I do like yapping, and... Yes, that also, of trying to be loved and trying its best, its hardest. So, okay, and here now, by coloring in the eyes white, you begin to see a central problem of the design, being that once the eyes are also white, it really becomes difficult distinguishing what's an eye and what's a shard from a distance. So for that purpose, my go-to method is kind of shading, as I've outlined before, lightly shading the masks. I will just modulate, simulate that here. That's probably too strong, but I can always turn down the opacity of the layer. So let's lay it on pretty thick for now. And then let's turn this down. Yeah, something like this maybe, so then the eyes pop more against the shadowed mask shards. And then, yeah, I'm going to start moving on to the body, which is where the main interesting changes are going to happen. That is true. I found I'm very bad at getting work done during these streams, but I am very good at getting new ideas from these streams. So honestly, that might be, well, to be fair, I am just in general. I mean, everybody says they're an ideas guy, but I find my ideas of what to create artistically usually work a lot faster than my ability to actually create stuff artistically. So, yeah, and they flow very freely. Unlike, you know, the work, which takes, you know, work. But really, most important thing with ideas is less acting on them immediately and more having the presence of mind to write them down, like the previous, like the thing earlier in stream with the upwards rain, because that's a... Honestly, I'm pretty sure, now that I'm thinking about it, it's pretty possible that's an idea I've had before and then forgotten again. So, yeah, that also happens pretty often. Have, like, the same idea several times, and then only on, like, wait, didn't I have this idea before? But, you know, as long as it keeps finding itself back to me, I guess it's not too bad. So yeah, something, hold on. Something akin to this, maybe even moving this further in, like so. And then my idea here would be to kind of, in the original, this kind of neck area is like almost like different mouths, and then, you know, like the discs of a the discs of, you know, an actual spine. And here to go for a more solid neck design, but then have like like a bit of an homage to that idea here with these more like spine-like or teeth-like protrusions here, kind of are like almost like shining through the quote-unquote fabric. Yeah, exactly. It's like the memories there. Trying to dream on as many of them. But, you know, it's as the game says, books are the memories that do not die, so always write stuff down. Yeah, that's also very true. Though, yeah, even, especially also for stuff like that, it's good um, to write things down because then you can, it means that, you know, you're kind of confronted with the idea more often, in theory at least, so that, you know, every time you see the note you made on the idea, you're kind of prompted again to reevaluate the idea, whereas if it's just in your head, you'll kind of think about it for a while, but then it drifts into the background and then it just kind of silently gets forgotten. But yeah, that's definitely true. There are some like there are many examples in also my finished works where I've had like an idea years before I've actually made the art piece. That the idea that's like that actually explores the idea, and that often, yeah, it does mean that the idea by that time managed to be a lot more refined than when I first had it, because, you know, there's new stuff that gets added onto it that kind of recontextualizes it, stuff like that. So my idea here with these eyes, I want to kind of have like a semi-transparent. Obviously, that's also the difficulty with, you know, a pure black body. You need to be very careful with the gradients to still allow some level of detail to be perceivable. But actually, that might be an interesting idea, experimenting with, you know, individual, just, for example, here, like individual, just like streaks of white to accentuate certain details, like almost like shine on an armor, but yeah, I mean, there's certainly several areas that evoke the imagery of a mouth. For example, this neck area, very teeth-like. So, for example, I mean, theoretically, I could sneak like actual teeth in here as well. To have like almost like this whole area are like the eyes enclosed by teeth. But maybe with the white tips that could actually work. But currently, my idea is more to have these more blackened, you know, protrusions here, and then obviously that rib cage. The idea here is to both evoke, you know, the idea of a rib cage, but also kind of like they're two, like those are also just hands. Yeah, which is why, you know, they're black on black, which means they're not quite as dominant in the image because they don't have as high of a contrast. Therefore, you know, there isn't as much of an emphasis on it. Especially also with these eyes, I want them similarly. I don't want them to be pure white like these, or at least not all of them. I want the ideas to have, for example, this central eye, that one might be pretty bright, but then as we sort of get further higher up with the other eyes, they get increasingly less visible. Maybe, though, in this composition it's going to be difficult. But yeah, there's definitely like several elements, like for example, this ribcage, first of all, looks obviously like a ribcage, because that's kind of what it is. Also, the idea is to have it look kind of like two hands, but also, especially since the eyes are up here, to have it look almost like mandibles or something like that. You see what I mean with, if these are the eyes, then that would be kind of the mandibles of some kind of insect or something like that. Yes? Ask away. Hold on, I need to... Well, not much, to be entirely honest. Since, that's, the idea is to have this be like semi-visible, to have kind of just this. So I should probably separate this onto several layers. So I'm gonna do like a more volume style layer down here. To have this whole thing be, like literally cloaked, but also, figuratively cloaked in a somewhat opaque, okay, I need to increase the brush a bit to increase the brush size a bit, make the individual brush strokes less apparent. Yeah, something more like this. To, already have a dark backdrop, and then on top of that are the more pitch black detailings. So yeah, so added on top of that then would be the so that you get this kind of interplay between the more skeletal look, but also the more hooded silhouette look. I mean, it's both the advantage and disadvantage that there's really, you could really put kind of anything you wanted there, but at the same time, I don't know, I would honestly even prefer to just leave it hollow. But I don't know, hold on, if I just, so originally you can also see there is even like the idea to have like thumbs here, but I think that's a bit far in the literalism. I think I'm just gonna leave it at the, for sort of, and have the finger motif come through more by the fact that they're segmented like this. Yeah, this goes further like so. And then here you kind of see less visible here to not take away from the and in the original I think, yeah, those spine segments were kind of serrated. But I think I'm not going to go with that this time. They're just going to be kind of vaguely... Yeah, that's maybe not a bad idea. Something like, I mean, in the original, obviously, there's this hollow shape in shape of a heart, and I guess also on my actual model currently. That's obviously a lot more difficult to execute here. But yeah, something like that may be not a bad idea. I'll have to think about that. Maybe... Oh, I think... Hold on, let me actually go with a different brush to make it really pitch black. It's kind of not a bad idea with a pitch black... No, okay, well, it's hardly orb-shaped, that thing. I go like so, and then I kind of in the... Wait, okay, so this should go here, and then what if I kind of add... like... white... very... something like this, so to add the impression that this is... Honestly... something like this could work. I don't think... I don't think actually adding anything to the orb... I would add anything to the orb, but the orb itself already again evokes, without directly, I mean, I guess we couldn't make it more direct, but it already looks like another pupil of an eye. It's not really one that's as clearly defined, but you still get the sense, at least to me, this kind of looks like a pupil looking back at you, even if there's no clearly defined eye around it. Still sort of, so yeah, maybe I would just kind of leave it like this, just a pure black orb without any further details. Maybe, hold on, maybe at most something like a white corona. Something like this, I guess. Gosh, could this be something? Almost sort of like a black hole or something. That's actually... if I... Hold on, this is the wrong layer. I think making the tip actually white, I think that kind of muddles the design, but I think what we could do is, because I want to use the white, especially in the body, very sparingly, mostly just for stuff like eyes and mouths, to really highlight it, and if I'd use it, but I can use like more of a grayish tone as sort of like a highlighter. But then again, it kind of... Because the whole point is, of course, to be of the body that it's formless, shapeless, and kind of massless, and it having these white highlights kind of implies that there's an actual... you know... I mean, it's a skeleton, so... I'm trying to think, how could you incorporate this? Because if you just made the last digit entirely white, that's too much. And, you know, for a skeletal finger, it's obviously hard to fit a fingernail on here. Yeah, I think I'm just going to... Because I'd also... that's one of the things with the trying to make it less, the design less aggressive, that my idea would be, my idea basically is, because obviously this ribcage, it's a pretty aggressive shape, the idea is to still have those elements, but have them be a lot less emphasized. So, you know, it's black on black, so even though it's still here, it's a lot less visible, and it's not really it's something you notice if you look at it, if you look at the design longer, and not really something that's supposed to strike out at you immediately. That's kind of the idea I'm going with. That on first glance, because it's explicitly, because usually it's kind of a handicap that I'm working black on black, that it's so difficult to make out any details. Usually more of a handicap, but it also makes it so that I can hide, that I can add a lot of detail without making the design too busy if the details are at first glance very hard to see and only really reveal themselves on closer examination. That's kind of the idea, at least. Since, you know, this is kind of a redesign in that regard, I'll kind of have to trial with this how well that idea actually works. Oh, no. So the eyes, I should probably... For the eyes, I should probably use, first of all, a different layer and also a different brush. Hold on, which... Okay, I should name these. Eyes, face, and this is the head. Then this is body detail, the orb. That's also an idea I've toyed with. I mean, as these ones are already kind of inhumane. But I kind of just really like, I think there's a kind of, I mean, okay, I guess this is kind of a moot point since these are already somewhat abnormal shapes, but I kind of like the idea of the, you know, simple round pupil shape having a kind of purity that I'd like to preserve most of the time. You know, with some notable exceptions, like, I should probably adjust these. My preferred idea here, I think, would be mainly that the main big eye has this sort of misshapen or like alternative pupil design, and the other ones are much more simple. Yeah, maybe not like this. I should probably erase these out first, and then, because I really like the this sort of with just the simple dot yeah, there are some really, I do really like some abnormal pupil shapes, like, you know, for example, sheep or octopi have some really interesting eye shapes. Oh god, what is Krita doing? Okay, there we go. And I've definitely used some of these more unusual eye shapes in other works, but for my design, I kind of like the simplicity of just the regular human eye shape. Because obviously something that is kind of important to me, especially with the eyes, is some sort of consistency. Obviously not perfect, since usually this eye is somewhat misshapen, but at least for the most part consistency. And so then the question is, okay, do I change all of the eyes to that new eye shape or just some of them, and it's definitely not a bad idea, but specifically like for my design, I'm kind of I kind of want to stick with these very simple eye designs for the most part. Because yeah, they do have the simplicity kind of lends it a sort of strength that's difficult to replicate otherwise. Also, kind of, and I guess a lot of my design kind of go, a lot of the higher design details. That's true, that's true. But then again, the eyes are supposed to be kind of like a contrast against that, a very, very simple and recognizable shape, and especially this kind of extremely simple eye, our brains are just the most trained on. This is probably one of these shapes our brains can recognize the best. Perhaps even the best, because just evolutionarily we're designed to look for eyes, for faces, but even inside of faces we're specifically hardwired to look for eyes, because they're, you know, the one thing that for example, ambush predator can't camouflage about themselves. So we're kind of hardwired to recognize eyes, and this extremely simple eye style is kind of the most recognizable. This, I think, we can recognize more easily than any other kind of eye. Yeah, that's true, because, you know, with a spider, for example, they do have many eyes, but, for example, a spider, you can't really, they have many eyes, but they don't stick out as much because we don't really recognize them as, you know, standard eyes as we know them. I don't know what kind of eyes, but, you know, these, you know, oftentimes black eyes, pretty hard to see, so there we're kind of more scared on, trained on the general shape of the spider. But, you know, with mainly, you know, mammalian predators that, you know, kind of hide behind bushes, oftentimes, you know, the eyes are gonna be the easiest way to look at. And also, beyond predators, obviously we say eyes are the window to the soul, so also socially we're kind of conditioned to look for eyes and to see in eyes the humanity, or, you know, spiritness, soulness, or whatever of the other person. So kind of the reason why eyes are such a potent, such an incredibly potent bit of design work. Yeah. And why it's one that's so very much prevalent, I mean, pretty much everywhere where you look with your eyes. Hold on, I'm trying to properly separate this from... hold on. So, trying to just excise this whole thing, and then I'm gonna do the dark part of this on the layer below and the eyes on the layer above. It's gonna be much simpler. Just roughly like this, and then I'll patch it up again. In a what? Ah, yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Kind of, what, hold on, what's that line? No, it's, part of the face that kind of droops down here. Let me, body detail, let me add these back in. Yeah, that's also kind of, that's a design thing I've, with kind of my, so I'm part of, where can I find it? Part of another streamers community who also does a lot of art focused stuff. And there, you know, the community is represented by these, hold on, where can I find it? There we go. These kind of rabbit-like, what was the name? Carbuncles? So, the idea that they have a gem in their eyes. So this is my design for, you know, my version of, the version of myself in that as like a rabbit in that community with, like, you know, the central gem. In this case, you know, being like the pupil of an eye that's here represented with the fur. So that's kind of also the thing I'm going for here with the orb. Something similar to this, obviously. Here it's kind of like the gemstone has like a... the idea is like it's a opaque gemstone with a even denser pitch black non-opaque core, which is why it really looks like an eyeball. So maybe I'll also go for something similar here, but yeah, definitely just yeah, all it needs is red string, and it'd look right at home in like conspiracy theorists hidey hole. But anyways, let me so here especially, it's kind of a tightrope I'm walking where I'm trying to, you know, darken the general volume of the body to a point where it starts drowning out some of the detail but doesn't completely drown it out. It's also, I have to remember, maybe a good time, actually that's an advantage of streaming this, because one kind of problem with my monitor, with my graphic tablet, is that it displays certain values quite differently than it actually appears on most other monitors. So currently I'm noticing actually the volume of the body to me on the tablet looks a lot darker than it actually is on you know, my regular monitor, and then also most other monitors. So that's actually good having the stream preview in my regular monitors, because then I can also check if how the values actually look outside of my tablet, because it's happened to me several times that I've kind of done this very complex very, very meticulous, precise gradient, you know, being like extremely particular with the color values, with the brightness values, so that everything, you know, looks exactly as I want to. And then I export the image and I look at it and I realize it looks completely different. Yeah, I think, curiously, okay, I'm saying I think it displays colors pretty accurately, but then again, I'm not exactly the guy you'd ask for. Then again, I'm not exactly the guy you'd ask for that, so maybe I just don't notice. Maybe it actually displays colors completely differently, but just in a specific way that I just happen to not notice. Exactly, yeah. I mean, it is a very powerful, it is a very powerful style, the monochrome, working with the complete extremes. Though, for me, especially in my physical works, one thing I've, in recent years I've done more and more is having these individual small splashes of color. So, with my latest work, the Highwayman from Darkest Dungeon, having just the blade and the bandana in red and everything else black and white, which can work really well in some pieces. In others, but if you want to really highlight a certain part. Hold on. This is currently the... Let me actually make this a little bit smaller so I can start working on like the volumes of the arms. The idea is that those are, since they're much more skeletal, there's much less volume here, but here, at least at the start, there's still something like the implication, maybe also, something like here that kind of suggests the shape of a cloak. Hold on, for this I should probably turn the brush back up. Here it drapes over the shoulder, and then here you kind of have this translucent thing that kind of makes it look like a cloak. That's generally also, since, none of this, since all of this is technically just different parts of my body, I want to kind of play with the idea that there's a lot of, like, implications of, specific clothing articles, but if you look closer, you realize they're not actually those things, because, they're just parts of the body, actually, that are kind of shaped to resemble those things at first glance. But then, upon closer inspection, can't really maintain the charade, so to speak. I'm just realizing I'm doing this on a completely wrong layer. There we go. Maybe... Hold on. Nah, I can do this on the same layer. The arms can go on the same layer. So, sort of like... Should probably... Well, part of me is tempted to actually look at the precise measurements and, proportions of the arm bones and stuff at a skeleton, but at the same time, just doing it, there's also, in this specific case, an advantage to just doing it from, like, vague memory, because if we're thinking about the piece, yeah, it's, the character is also just kind of forming the arms based on a vague understanding of what a skeleton looks like. So actually just drawing the arms with only a vague understanding of what a skeleton looks like, and making it kind of a point that it's not exactly a very precise replication, that can also work really well. Because, if you do it too precisely, you create the impression that that's what the character actually is. If it's too precise, if it's too exact with its anatomy, you kind of just get the impression that this is a black skeleton, an actual skeleton that's surrounded by shadow, but that's not what it is. It's just shadow in the vague shape of a skeleton. Then, how precise do I want to go with the arms? I think at least precise enough to follow the sketch. But And then I may decide to get a bit more precise later. And I do love casting spells. I know. It's kind of... Obviously, the kind of challenge here is that technically this would just kind of overlap like this, but then it becomes very, 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 very illegible very quickly, so I'm just kind of strategically placing the detailing of the hand. Hold on, this doesn't really... At least the attempt is to place the detailing of the hands strategically in places where they don't overlap too much, even though technically they would if you think about it logically. How do I best accomplish this? No matter what you do, at the end of the day, hands are still the archbane. I mean... Yeah, the hands are gonna need more work later on. Oh god. Just the orb with just a big fat Supreme logo here. Though, yeah, funnily enough, it's kind of funny, it kind of had me thinking for a moment, because at the face of it, obviously, you know, culturally, Supreme is a supremely gaudy brand because, you know, of their price, but if you look at the actual designs, they're actually kind of the opposite of gaudy. They're, you know, the t-shirt itself, it's literally just a plain t-shirt with the logo in about as simple of a logo, you know, about as, the logo, which is about as simply designed as it can be. You know, if you think about that, that's kind of very ungaudy. It's just that our cultural knowledge of how expensive those shirts and caps and whatever are the thing that make it gaudy. Whereas, you know, yeah, whereas, you know, the branding itself is actually very, very minimalist and sparse, almost Spartanic, which, I mean, obviously I wouldn't personally wear one of those because of the price tag, but they are a pretty effective demonstration of the power of minimalism. That, you know, something so simple can have such an effect and can, for some reason, compel people to spend so much on just such a simple... Yeah, exactly. Because, yeah, the simplicity makes it iconic enough that, yeah, exactly, people know what's up, which they wouldn't really probably, even if the design was actually more complicated and with gold and like, I don't know, something like Art Nouveau swirls or even like Rococo or Baroque sort of embellishments, even if they were as famous as they are, they wouldn't be as recognizable and therefore wouldn't carry that kind of, you know, instant recognition and, oh god, it's a Supreme shirt. Which is, I wonder, is that the effect that people wearing those, I mean, probably, yeah. That's probably that is probably the desired effect, to get creep people to say, oh god, they're wearing a Supreme shirt. Okay. I'm thinking this arm, I'm just realizing, so body volume. I probably instinctively followed this the physical sketch here with the volume of this arm, but I think I want to do something more along the lines of this. Hold on. So like this, and then so. To, you know, have the arm really be raised significantly higher than the other ones to really emphasize that outstretched look of the arm, which obviously also means that this piece needs to flow differently to accommodate for the raised arm. Slightly differently. Oh, I really need to remember to disable certain things with my phone when I'm streaming. One day I'll remember. Okay, and then obviously, hold on, this thing down here would then be vestigial. So it's kind of, it's like this part, almost as if though this part is draped over the arm. Yeah, something like this. And then have like individual lines that are here, kind of suggesting a thicker profile of the arms, at least as far as they're concerned, as far as up there is concerned. So in this case, so, and then so, and then here would be, hold on. Like here, this is the wrist, then something along. Hold on. Great handling happening as it always does, because hands are, as always, the artist's bane. Yeah, something like this. The dimensions obviously still very much off, because, yeah, this is too big at the moment, but, you know, one of the definite perks of working digitally, I can just resize it as much as I want to. So, yeah, kind of adding this sort of implied digits here. That too, yeah. That might actually be an interesting idea, making that arm noticeably longer than the other ones. But at the same time, if I'm thinking, if I want to make it noticeably longer, it would have to be longer to a degree that kind of makes it clear that this is deliberate and not just an error in proportion. And for that, it would have to be so long that it kind of breaks the composition. So, yeah, actually, a second joint, that might actually be a better idea, because that's obviously a much more clearly, that's a much more obvious sign of intent than, you know, slightly too young. Actually, not a bad idea. A pretty good idea. A damn good idea, actually. I'll have to think. But, of course, that kind of removes the issue of it being mistaken for a mistake. But on the other hand, a second joint kind of, a second joint kind of messes with the dynamic flow of the pose, because, you know, adding another joint, breaking the anatomy in such a way, it also kind of breaks the innate dynamicism that the anatomy has, because, you know, human anatomy and, you know, the anatomy of most animals, or all animals, I guess, due to evolution, have a very coherent dynamicism in their anatomy, because obviously that's the most efficient way to do it. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, I'd have to experiment a bit, I think. Hold on, let me... So, in that case, let me actually isolate specifically this arm for the purposes of just that. So that would be... arm out script. So this is the default, shall we say. And then if we added, say, a version where it plays... I mean, I guess I'd have to... Okay. Oh. Take away a lot of this, and then... sort of... Okay, if I actually adhere to the number of... to the size of the individual joints, at least, from the other arms, so then that would kind of reach us to... thereabouts... here or so. And then... okay. Adding... so you could have another joint here, and then have it kind of bend upwards, like this. And then kind of have the arm bend... yeah, there's maybe something here. Could also obviously have them bend into different directions to have this sort of zigzag. Although something I'm kind of something I'm kind of noticing here, because here it also kind of looks like it has no actual joints, which could also theoretically work. Just, you know, having a more fluid transition between the individual states, you know, have it like a clean swoop, which obviously that's like the maximum dynamicism. No clear joints to break up the flow of the arm, sort of rubber hose style. Usually an arc goes better with the flow. A zigzag usually looks very unstable, so to speak, whereas arcs usually look pretty dynamic, and both dynamic in that, you know, there's a clear swoop, and also structurally stable, whereas a zigzag looks like, you know, it's an inefficient way to get from space A to space B, because you're constantly taking another turn into a completely different direction, and it also looks structurally... Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of speaking in like broad esoteric visual terms here. I mean, I guess nothing speaks against kind of trying another one where I could go for... So, in this version then, say we go very high up here, and then more like down here. So you see, it's kind of... It has this problem where it looks, for lack of a better term, wrong, because it's like it's just kind of crumpled there. Yeah, honestly, kind of what I'm more, almost more leaning towards is making the joints less defined, and have it, you know, like this be a sort of swooping arc with... Maybe there's like the vestigial implication of joints here, but mostly it just looks like one clean line swooping, you know, fluidly from one place to another, to also kind of have this sort of fluid guiding of the eye from the face then, because that's the idea. The face is the thing that grabs the attention of the eye first, and then the idea is that the eye of the observer follows the arm in this direction towards the canvas. It's generally, in composition, always very important to think about where is the observer going to look to first, and from that point, where are you directing the gaze of the observer to move along the picture. So yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards something like this, where... Hold on, I'm trying to think about the actual pose I would put the hand in. Sort of a sweeping motion. Yeah, something... I think... Hold on. Is the problem that the hand is too big, maybe? No, I don't... Not quite, at least. Something it miss, and it's similar to that, but it's not quite that it's just too big, because actually comparatively, the size isn't... Well, maybe it's a little bit bigger. Hold on. Downsize it just a smidge. Just maybe make its profile overall a bit thinner. Something down. And then yeah, it's a good point. I mean, currently it's also just the fact that there's not really anything here yet. But yeah, maybe I'll have to de-emphasize the lower portion a bit. But at the same time, you do kind of want to guide the eye here, at least to some degree, since here is the palette and the paintbrush, so... but good at least to consider this fact. Actually, hold on, let me... There's also something I want to try, something unrelated to the arm here, but if I add some slight... thinner lines here. No, that's gonna have to be done a little bit differently, I think. Mainly, yeah, it should only be behind the actual arm. Something like this. Yeah, this is better. This is better. And then here, I guess you could try for something like this, maybe like a very deliberately sketch-like outline. Maybe, actually, maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it like this for the moment. This could actually work. Yeah, it's basically the same as it is with the hands. There's the... Still not a big fan of the hand gesture, but that's the sort of thing I'm probably wiser to vex myself with that sort of thing off stream, because yeah, that requires a lot of double checking, redoubling, using your own hand for reference, stuff like that. Probably better to do when I'm off stream. But one thing we probably should do actually, well, for one, actually start incorporating the other hands here a bit, along with the accessories they're holding. So that's the palette, sort of like this. I mean, this hand is also kind of oversized, but since it's hidden, or at least somewhat disproportionate, but since it's hidden so much behind the palette, it makes way less of an impact here. Then that's kind of the issue, that it doubles its path with this hand, so it's almost like it only starts here once it begins diverging with the path of the other hand, whereas this one is clearly defined from the start. But I need to This is pretty unclear at the moment still, how the hand exactly is holding the paintbrush. I'm thinking, so this is obviously pretty heavily foreshortened. And then kind of this is the palm, and the brush is resting in the palm, and then the thumb and the index finger are kind of pinching the brush together. So the thumb from behind, and then up top here, the index finger. Yeah, we've done some experimenting with the arm, and I've actually found that maybe going for a less rigidly segmented look for the arm and having more of a swoop here actually might work better, or alternatively having an extra set of joints, so it that actually works surprisingly well. So here this is gonna be a nightmare because the individual fingers are foreshortened at different angles. No, this isn't right. Because obviously the middle finger is still following the upwards curvature of the... No, oh god, would be more like this, and then this, and then like this, I guess. Oh god, and then... Yeah, because they're basically... I probably need to readjust this pose, because... with the fingers pointed both bent at slightly different angles and basically pointed straight towards the viewer, that's really kind of a nightmare to foreshorten correctly. I guess, no. Now they're way too small compared to the index, which is also in general just too massive at the moment. So let's cut this down to size. And then... because... yeah, okay, the... Oh god. Maybe another grip might be better. Yeah, maybe more of a grasping, enveloping grip. So in that case, you'd actually have the... you'd actually have the index finger... Hold on. I'm trying to visualize this from the front. Shit. So this is the thumb, and then here's the index finger, like this, and then the rest of the hand closes in this direction. Or, I guess more like so. And envelops the... Okay, this is at least somewhat better than the previous thing, but it needs a lot of defining. So... I'll need that out to get some food. Yeah, it was definitely great to have you here too, Arla. Always a delight. I will, don't worry. I'll definitely, once it's actually up, I'll also have, for example, here in the stream, you know, the usual exclamation point Discord. Oh god, not again. Sorry for that. The exclamation point Discord command and stuff like that. But yeah, take care. And bon appetit for whatever you might choose to devour. Yeah, no, I think I might just have to look at some reference images. Hold on, because didn't I... Pretty sure I took this from... Ah, yes, perfect. Let me just... Because the, like, vague pose of this hand is actually based on the following reference image. See if you might recognize it. Ta-da! Yeah, Sandra Cohen. So, yeah, I mean, even here, the fingers are kind of fucky, but fucky in a much more coherent manner. Yeah, it's So actually, let me completely get rid of this, and then... Hold on, this should be at the 4, yes. Wish you could kind of crop reference images in Krita, but oh well. So yeah, here some pretty heavy foreshortening, and then sort of the palm is shaped like so. Actually, no, it's... So this would be the wrist. Yes, well, actually further up, but that doesn't really matter so much. And then this is like the palm of the hand. And so up there you have the thumb going here up and over. And then the brush is actually balanced here between the thumb and the index finger, which goes up and over like this. Obviously, it's pretty messy at the moment. Let me get a bit of clarity like this. So, hold on. Obviously, again, the perils of working black on black. I don't know many Magic the Gathering cards, actually. The only thing I know about Magic the Gathering is the soundtrack. Which is a weird thing to say about a card game, but... They, for New Capenna, Streets of New Capenna, they hired Jonathan Young, to make a bunch of sounds, and make a bunch of songs themed around that card release, and oh my god, they're so good, they're so good. Actually, hold on, let me just... Hold on. Maybe I can find what your... No, I don't think any of these are probably what you mean, since the poses are quite different. But anyways, okay, so then the middle finger is more like this. Oh, hold on. Let me get a closer look. Yeah, so the first digit is really the first digit of the middle finger is really foreshortened, and it's sort of like this. And then the last two fingers, interestingly, actually under the brush, and then the final one kind of resting against it. I may just simplify that into both of them kind of going under here. Though, actually no, that looks a bit too much, too constrained, too much like a tightened fist. So actually, yeah, the little finger going further up like this might actually work better. But yeah, no, going in a straight line like in the reference, preferably. And then to improve the clarity, we'll erase some of this. And yeah, voila. The joys of using a reference. Also, just on the topic of 𝐭𝐡𝐮𝐬𝐥, it's just such a sign of how cultist sim brained I am. Specifically, I guess, moth brain, because he calls the player character Little Moth, and just my brain every time just goes instantly, Moth, Cultist Simulator. Because, I mean, in this case, also thematically just very fitting, the moth, very fitting, character-wise to 𝐭𝐡𝐮𝐬𝐥. Then I kinda wanna go for a more traditional ink brush. And then, honestly, that's kind of, if I just have, be like the brush is another one of those, as I referred to them earlier, tadpole-like eyes. Is that something? It could be something. And then definitely one thing I want to do is to have the ink brush also kind of, yeah, like it is actually trailing ink upwards. Yeah, that could actually be something. Okay, so then obviously having like, so kind of thinking if I actually want to have, actual color on the palette, since, it's not necessarily part of the body. So I guess, yeah, actually having color on the palette wouldn't be such a bad idea. And then, yeah, obviously, I think that's the last thing I'm gonna do. a sort of, at the very least, suggestion of, or rough outline of the canvas. Hold on. Yeah, let me actually be clever about this and create a basic square shape, and then I can just, well, maybe not like that, but I guess in that case I should probably make it white instead. Hold on. Come on. There we go. So, a basic square shape like this. Make it a little bit opaque, and then transform, warp. Oh, perspective, there we go. The joys of painting digitally. Yeah, something. So, you were to imagine the canvas ending here and here. And then I think I should, yeah, something like, yeah, something along these lines. Yeah. So, yeah, that's actually that. And then the, what's it called again? Easel. Is that how you pronounce it? I have no idea, honestly. Oh wait, no, that should probably go above. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Well, my current idea is to have, you know, basically a sketch, if I already have one, or, you know, a previous similar work, you know, there on the thumbnail. If, you know, for example, the topic of the stream is drawing more pirates or something, then, you know, having a previous pirate work of mine being on the canvas, or, you know, behind the tear of the canvas, or something similar. Or if I already have a basic sketch, like in this case, to have that be the thing behind the canvas, or in the canvas, you know what I mean. Oh, I guess maybe not, but, yeah, so as you can see here, there's the tear, and then, you know, the tear, like a window opening. Kind of, I guess, in a, should probably look up, yeah, I guess I should probably, that would be a good, is there some sort of, because there's like a central, you know, central point of Dishonored 2 being, you know, paintings opening up like portals. So I'm trying to look, how did they visualize it there again? I definitely know there's like a scene where one of the paintings opens up. I'm not really finding exactly what I'm looking for. Might have to go scrounging for that in my own time. But yeah, the current idea is to basically... Yeah, the current idea is to have it ripped. So basically it's a tear in the canvas that starts... a tear in the canvas that starts here, and then the tear, you know, widens and then escapes beyond the bounds of the canvas and kind of continues as just, you know, a tear in reality, basically. But A splash actually isn't that bad, because the current idea would be to have some, you know, splashes of color here as well around the tear, but having the tear itself be actually splashes of color instead of ripping of the canvas, not that bad of an idea either, especially since that's kind of it's more or less what I was going for in the previous art thumbnail, and that one turned out pretty well. I guess in that case it's more like in that case it was more or less like splashes of paint and more lines of pencil. Hold on, I do have... it's not in this quick access wheel, so I guess I'll have to scrounge for it here. Where is... oh, right, I remember now. I don't have... for some reason my brush libraries aren't here on this Windows account. Cracked stone... I mean, I do like my shard motif, but I think in this case rips of canvas or splashes of ink would make the most sense. So in that case, you know. What? The edge I'm looking... I don't know exactly. Hold on. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, so that's the thing with obviously tear and canvas. You have this sort of frayed aesthetic. You know, since canvas is, you know, fabric, which can be pretty interesting. But with splashes of paint, you have this more... I guess that's kind of more difficult to visualize easily in a sketch, but you have this sort of more gradual... that's... there's ways to do that with, you know, transparency masks, basically, to have, yeah, this gradual, as the different lines are being applied, you kind of, the tear becomes more visible. It's more of a gradual thing than this tear. Maybe you could have... trying to think right now. You could have something like a combination of the two, but because I'm trying to think, the problem with, because if I want the image behind the canvas to be, you know, interchangeable, then the way I would do it with the way to do it with the canvas would be pretty straightforward, to just have, you know, the canvas tear and behind the spaces, because, you know, it's a clearly defined edge. Behind the spaces where it tears, that's where you put the replacement image. With the ink splashes, you'd have to do something a bit more advanced, so I don't know if I'm... so which of these images do I want to... so yeah, say I want to... because this one has color, I think that's one. So if I do copy like this, and then... does this insert it as a new layer? Yes, it does. Okay. And then it's kind of off here, and then I add a transparency layer to this. Transparency mask, I should say. And then I go in with this, and I basically like erase everything gradually, like, you know, with the ink splotch, like you would do with ink on the canvas, like so. And then you have this sort of gradual inky sort of appearance here. But the problem with this effect is it kind of looks a bit cheap, because that's not really how ink works, how oil painting works. You don't just, you know, it's not that you apply paint to the canvas and the image becomes more visible. You actually, each individual stroke, you know, creates part of the thing, which that's an effect that's not really replicable if you want the image behind it to be interchangeable. So in the space, yeah, to have it, so do you mean to have both at once, or to have it basically that I can swap between them? Because I think both are actually interesting ideas. One thing I just one idea that I've kind of just had is, because I unfortunately don't have those brushes on hand right now, but Krita does have some very good oil paint brushes. Yeah, but that's not really the effect. I mean, that would be basically an effect like this, but it's not really the one I want to evoke. If I want to go for actual, you know, oil paint thing, then I want it to look like it's actually painting the piece, and then it becomes real gradually. But one thing I just come up with, since Krita does have some pretty good oil painting brushes that sadly I only have these at the moment, which in my opinion they're not as good as the ones I usually use, right? Oh wait, this is the transparency mask. I should actually, yeah, these, I don't like these, but there are some that are actually really good, that do really look like oil painting. To basically have it so that, you know, there's this paint here, and then the tear itself is actually drawn in the brushes of the oil painting, so that it kind of looks like the tear itself is painted. So you have the tear in the canvas, but it being a tear is actually ambiguous, so it looks like the tear is actually just painted on, kind of. That could... the side thing is mostly a framing thing. Originally, I'd kind of assumed that I'd be working with a wider frame, but this is... So currently we're at, what's this aspect ratio again? I think 16:9, which is the standard aspect ratio for YouTube thumbnails. But, and you know, the idea is to, you know, use this space here, but since, you know, the space here isn't as big as I'd initially anticipated, so yeah, maybe actually having something like dripping down isn't that bad of an idea. I think I'll have to sleep on that one, so... In the meantime, yeah, I'm gonna have to probably let that start for now. I'm just gonna isolate this, and then this is the canvas, and so then this would be the easel. propped up like this. Really just the most platonically simple easel imaginable. Or, I mean, maybe we could go with an interesting design for the easel, but I think... hold on. Let me check. Yeah. You mean the calendar? That reminds me, I need to finish Lobotomy Corporation. I think I'm currently on day 3, I think. Okay. Actually, speaking of, you know, Bioshock, might actually be not may actually also be an interesting idea to look at the tears in Bioshock Infinite. I don't remember how they look again. I have to... Sure, yeah, then I can look at it on my own time. Yeah, that would be appreciated. Okay, so I'm just gonna... So... And then, hold on, if this is here, and then... it would be the third leg. And the second one would be here. Or would it... It's kind of unbalanced at the moment, but I think that's because this thing, the bottom support needs to be further up here. And then this goes where the original sketch actually had put it, roughly. Okay, but currently a bit misshapen. Hold on. This goes here, and this goes... something... something like that. Hard to tell, actually. Well, it's... for now it'll do. And then, yeah, I think I'm going to keep it at this, and then I'll ruminate on how to do the, hold on. Utensil arms. Really name some of these things. What's this again? Oh, this was the easel. Canvas. Line. Alright, so something like this. And then, oh, I just realized. Well, this isn't lined up with the edge of the canvas, but actually, now that I think about it, that's not that unrealistic, actually. Oftentimes, these kind of things can... it should be a bit more aligned, at least. So, maybe. Oh, this is the... oh, that's why it looked off. I should lock this, so that doesn't happen again. It's otherwise clean. Okay. So, hold on. This, and then this, more like this, more like this. And, well, it's just generally misshapen at the moment, but I'm getting tired, so I'll just do that. I'll fix that in my own time, probably tomorrow. So yeah, let's just save. Oh, okay, is it saved now? Oh yeah, interesting. Yeah, so if we can just, oh yeah, I see the links. Yeah, I'm gonna look at that, I'm also gonna look at, because I know, if I look at footage, I can find the thing I was trying to search for in image form from Dishonored, where they go into the paintings. So, yeah. I haven't played it in a while, I do really like the theming and the just generally the way you interact with the anomalies, and just the just such a that there's just so many uniquely different anomalies. Though I did find that sometimes, I think that was on the day, on my last day, where I forget the name, but not the anomalies you actually have contained, but the ones that just randomly appear. It's sometimes, depending on where they spawn, they're either going to be, your employees are either going to like easily defeat all of them with minimal casualties, or they're just going to almost wipe out all of them. And it's very hard to control for. So, I mean, I guess that's kind of the point, but yeah, exactly, the ordeals. But yeah, sometimes it just feels like you're more... I don't know, it's been a while since I last played, so I can't really put it fresh into my memory, but if I recall correctly, it was like sometimes you feel a bit more at the mercy of, the game's like control systems, or lack thereof, that you can sometimes control where exactly your employees move, than of the actual anomalies, which, I mean, I guess that's kind of the point, but yeah, it sometimes feels like more, oh, okay, I'm at the mercy of the anomalies, and no, I'm just kind of at the mercy of random RNG, and I'm someone who's very particular about RNG. I'm like, there's some RNG I very much like, there's some I really don't like. Abnos, yeah, but I do like that, that they, that they're a wrench in the system. It's just, sometimes the wrench falls into, a part of the machine that, that just kind of manages to deal with really quickly, and sometimes by just pure chance, it just happens to land in a spot where the entire machine falls apart before there's really... Maybe it's this particular stage in the game, because obviously I haven't managed to, at this point, really develop effective countermeasures. Yeah, maybe. I have certainly restarted certain days, like that last one, because I think almost everyone bit the dust. Because I don't remember the exact detail, but it was just, they were placed in the ordeals, just happened to spawn in a way where the employees just funneled one by one into the room with the ordeals, and if they were all there at once, they could have easily killed them, but one at a time, they just kind of get slaughtered. Yeah, and I mean, that, like, games that make you manage, many different plates spinning in the air at once, that I kind of really like. I mean, case in point, the hours I have played in 𝐭𝐡𝐮𝐦𝐛𝐧𝐚𝐢𝐥 Simulator, which I think is like the big advantage that game has over Book of Hours, because it's more of an unforgiving game. You have to spin all these plates in the air. So I can sometimes I really like that. It just I'm someone again with extremely particular taste in RNG. So I do like some kinds of RNG, but I really don't like others, and I'm also very bad at actually defining which parts I like and which I don't. But yeah, I'll definitely have to try it again. I mean, currently I'm playing Darkest Dungeon, and that game can really just hand you like a middle finger on a golden platter sometimes. I remember, thus far I've only lost, what was it, 4 people? And one of them was like a Vestal that literally died. We were in a room with 4 spiders, and they just, first one attacked the Vestal, it crit, and then the other 3 all attacked her, and she just died turn 1 before I really had any chance to do anything. So they just insta-killed her, basically, with no chance to react, and I felt, okay. But yeah, I'll definitely check it out again, because the vibes of the game are just immaculate, and that's, at the end of the day, that's the thing I care about most with games, the vibes. But yeah, anyways, let's right, this is saved, this isn't, which is probably for the best. And this was unaltered, was it? Yes. Actually, that's one of the... it's probably gonna be one of my future... one of the future goals for future streams, actually working on a proper reference sheet for some of these characters I'm currently working on for the comic. Because currently I have sketches in my notebook, which is great if I'm just working on them. Yeah, just for working on them, but obviously sketches are can be pretty difficult to share at times, because, you know, it's gray graphite on not so perfectly white paper, oftentimes photographed in not so ideal light. So to me personally, the biggest advantage of working digitally is you never have to worry about photographing the damn thing. It's already digitized. But yeah, that's all going to be a concern for future streams. I'm just gonna quickly check. Would there happen to be anyone? Oh yeah, actually, speaking of, since I previously shown this design of the rabbit, let's actually raid the very person in whose community I've created that. So Starlight Akari, or just Starlight. Currently playing Arknights, I think, yes. Which is kind of funny, that, wonderful. That I'm kind of, at all times, at all places, in any community I am, yeah, everyone around me, my friends play Arknights, my streamers play Arknights. I don't play Arknights, I don't play gacha games. But, but you know. So, time for the outro narration. Indeed, the time has come to acknowledge an ending. It has been my pleasure once again to be your host tonight, and if you enjoyed tonight's performance, consider performing the rituals of appeasement to the mad gods of the algorithm. And I hope to see you all again soon, but until then, safe travels, and have a nice night.